from Kern Government Television. Welcome to this week's Kern County Board of Supervisors meeting. Originating from the County Administrative Center, located at 1115 Truxton Avenue in Bakersfield, California. Grounded in ideas, energy, and innovation, Kern County's vision is to be a driving force for the world's fifth largest economy. And our mission is to exceed expectations of the communities we serve, changing the way they feel about government, those who manage it, and the services it provides. Today's Kern County Board of Supervisors meeting will convene momentarily.
Okay, board to reconvene. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Supervisor Peters.
Here.
Supervisor Scrivener.
Here.
Supervisor Flores.
Here.
Supervisor Couch.
Here.
Supervisor Perez. Here.
Thank you. Good afternoon and welcome to the Tuesday, May 23rd p.m. Session of the Kern County Board of Supervisors. At this time, we're going to hear a report from County Counsel Margaret Raison for actions taken in closed session.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. This morning in closed session, you met on item number 68, and there is no reportable action.
Thank you, Ms. Raison. Okay, at this time, we'll be considering the consent agenda. Agendas are located on the tables near the doors by the back of the chambers for anyone wishing to follow along. All items listed with a CA above the item number are considered to be routine and non-controversial by county staff. Consent items will be considered first and may be approved by one motion. If a member of the audience wishes to comment or ask questions regarding an item on the consent agenda, they may do so prior to the vote being taken. A member of the board may remove any item from the consent agenda and it will be considered in listed sequence with an opportunity for any member of the public to address the board concerning the item before action is taken. At this time, I'll read the consent agenda items starting on page 2. Items 3 through 7. On page 6. Items 22 through 28.
22 is off.
Oh, 22 is off. Take that back, sorry. Items 23 through 28 on page 6. On page 7, items 29 through 34. On page 8, items 35 through 42. On page 9, items 43 through 49. On page 10, items 50 through 57. On page 11, items 58 through 64. And on page 12, items 65 through 68. Okay, is there anyone, member of the public that would like to comment on any of the items on the consent agenda? Now's the time to comment and come forward. Okay. Yes, sir. Okay, we'll get to that shortly, and I'll prompt you when that's time, okay? You bet. Thank you, sir. Okay, this is now an action for the board to adopt consent.
Motion on consent.
Second.
Okay, motion second. Cast your vote.
Motion is approved. All ayes.
Thank you. Okay, at this time, that brings us to item 7, public presentations. This portion of the meeting is reserved for persons to address the board on any matter not on the agenda, but under the jurisdiction of the board. Board members may respond briefly to statements made or questions posed. They may ask a question for clarification, make a referral to staff for factual information, or request staff to report back to the board at a later meeting. Also, the board may take action to direct the staff to place a matter of business in a future agenda. Speakers are limited to 2 minutes. Please state and spell your name before making your presentation. Thank you. And again, just as a reminder, anyone here for 1383 will be taking that up later.
Good afternoon. My name is Ralph Robles. I am a veteran. And for those of you that have not been following it, the election for governor in Arizona is again under contention. Carrie Lake, the lady that lost, is back in court, and she is claiming that there were numerous activities in voter signature verification. Also, her lawyers contend that Maricopa officials conducted secret testing of the tabulators on October 14th, 17th, and 18th after the county's logic and accuracy tests. They stated further that 280 of those 446 tabulators failed, but were then used in the elections. Also, in reference to the election here in, in Kern County, Mr. David Shepard of Porterville on his election has issued a memo also stating that there were missteps in counting his ballots. I would like to remind this board that these items are in reference to our voting machines. It appears that you have not answered my questions on the past elections here that were specifically concerning these voting machines. The lack of openness and transparency in this county is deeply concerning to me, and it is becoming more and more concerning to your voters and your residents. I urge you again to consider.
Thank you, Mr. Robles. Next speaker, please.
Thanks for your service. My name is Ellis Clem, and my comment is directed towards the Chairman, Jeff Flores.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name, sir.
Ellis Clem,
Ellis,
C-L-E-M.
thank you.
I live in your district. I've lived there 6 years. I didn't vote for you. But if you want to earn my vote, listen to what I'm about to say. Airport Drive, Woodrow Avenue. West of Airport Drive on Woodrow, there's a school. This road has potholes this deep in the roadway. It's right by the school. If you want my vote, have them tear the road up. It's been like this for 6 years. Second thing is, you got SynCal out there doing the construction on the wheelchair access ramps to the sidewalks. Mm-hmm. When they're done with their job, they're not cleaning up any loose gravel, any loose material. I have a son that goes to North High. He wiped out on his bicycle because of their negligence over there of not cleaning up the area after they finished the job. So you want to send that message to him for me? Sure. I would greatly appreciate it. 2 things. Woodrow Avenue, west of Airport. West of Airport. The road is not passable. You'll tear your car up. Take it on over there and check it out if you don't believe me. Second thing is...
I believe you, and I'll check it out.
SynCal Construction, not doing a good job at all of cleaning up after they leave the job site. Thank you all for your time. To you, Letitia, I wish you would have won.
Thank you, Mr. Clem. If you don't mind, Mr. Clem, I need to get the details on that second item for SynCal. If you would call my office or go upstairs, my chief of staff, Matt Martin, would be happy to assist, okay?
I'll go upstairs.
Thank you. Okay, next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen of the board. My name is Jeff Walters. I live in Lake Isabella. The reason I'm here is not to participate in everybody else's event about the trash collection, but it's to give a brief statement on what's happening with the squatters. The reason why no one will do anything about the squatters is the fact that the people who call code enforcement, law enforcement, or end up in any type of verbal confrontation are indeed without fail afraid of the extreme retaliation brought on by the squatters and their friends. It is the fear of personal property destruction, poisoned animals, theft of personal property, and the direct fear of death or injury that the squatters bring with them in the form of retaliation. This is not a made-up idea. It is fact. It happened to me directly just the other day. I had to call 911 and made sure the operator knew that I myself, a combat veteran, was in grave danger. I couldn't get to my own home because they were effectively parking out in front of the house. Would not let me move, would not let me go, would not let me enter. Continued banging on the door and yelling, "I know you're in there, come out so we can mess you up." That is not hearsay, it is fact. They left before law enforcement arrived. However, all the details were given to the deputy. There is no way to ID these people to gather enough information for a restraining order. This is a direct result of the squatters getting information on who I am and making it a very big problem. There are many, many, many more people that have faced the same type of retaliation. Most people fear that just by asking them not to throw their trash in the yard, street, or alley, they will come in direct, harmful actions that, if escalated, may result in serious injury or death, mainly to the other person, not the squatters or the drug addicts.
Mr. Walters, your time has elapsed. You want to bring your comments to a close?
That's all I have. I've got 2 more pages, but
Or you can leave that with the clerk if you'd like.
yeah.
Thank you, sir.
That would be because something really needs to
And
get
I believe
done.
Supervisor Peters would like to address them.
Please do.
Thank you, Chairman. I would like to speak with you some more about that and talk about what issues are specifically going on and what we can do to help with that. So could you leave your contact information or either with our CAO, Mr. Ryan Alsop here, or go up to my office, which is up on the 5th floor, and talk with my staff up there, and we can get your contact info and discuss a little bit more about what we can do.
Everyone on the board has already received my confirmation, my contact information, multiple times. I'm sure Mr. Ryan over here has it on his desk, and I know that the code enforcement supervisor also has that information. I would be more than willing to sit down and discuss with you personally about some of the options, the facts, the figures, the problem, and the direct solution that provides millions of dollars to the county. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Be happy to.
Okay, next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name's Allison Sheehy. I've been a Kern County resident for 43 years now, a resident of the Kern River Valley for 21. I wanted to address Sierra Way and our problems with a continuously degraded road every time it floods. It's built over the South Fork of the Kern River. On March 10th, the maximum flow was 8,200 cubic feet a second, and the road has washed away, and unfortunately there was a fatality with a person who ignored the closed road signs. Every year, or every flood year, this road closes. We need to come up with a real solution. We have federal money for the emergency, the FEMA emergency that we had. We need to try and apply this, put in a causeway with elevated roadway and with box culverts, so this stops happening again. We can't keep patchworking this together, especially when we're dealing with our access to the dump is not here, and most of the people from my valley are here related to the dump issue. So if we can find a way to do this, I worked for Audubon Kern River Preserve. The staff there is perfectly willing. Most of the problem is on the Haffenfeld Conservation Easement property. So if we can figure out a way to fundraise for this and add a bike path along this causeway to elevate or decrease our carbon footprint, I'd appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Sheehy.
Just wanted to-
I believe Supervisor Peters.
Ma'am, I would also like if you could leave your contact information. And I agree with you 100%. And I know that it's a priority for the roads department too to make this a permanent fix when they're able to get in there and do that. And so if you'd like, I'd be happy to update you on plans as they become available.
Thank you. Next speaker, if any, under public comment. Okay, seeing none, we'll move on to board member announcements or reports. Item 2. Okay, I don't think there is. Okay, moving forward, this brings us to item number 8, 9, and 10. We'll be hearing these items concurrently and voting separately. At this time, I'd like to have Mr. Champlin, will you introduce the topic and will you be giving the staff presentation?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Joshua Champlin, Interim Director of Public Works. The Public Works Department would like to use this opportunity to inform Kern County residents of the history behind Senate Bill 1383. I will seek to explain the basis for the law while also explaining the county's ongoing resistance and objections to most aspects. In September of 2016, Governor Brown signed Senate Bill 1383 into law. This law requires the state to reduce organic waste disposal by 75% by the year 2025. The law also requires the state to increase edible food recovery by 20% by the year 2025. It is important to understand that the law was written requiring the state of California to reach these goals and not the local jurisdictions. However, to meet these goals, the burden to enact and enforce this law falls on local governments. The state provides limited options for acceptable methods of collections, while the logistics and, more importantly, cost falls on the local governments and taxpayers. I'd like to give you a brief history on the timelines and penalties for non-compliance with the state law. The regulations for SB 1383 took effect on January 1st, 2022. However, the County of Kern was neither able nor willing to implement at that time. Subsequently, the county entered into a corrective action plan with the state to move toward compliance. However, the corrective action plan is set to expire on December 31st, 2023. If Kern County is out of compliance with this law, we will be subject to penalties up to $10,000 per day, which can be retroactive to the January 1st, 2022 date. If Kern County fails to comply prior to January 1st, 2024, we will be subject to penalties up to $10,000 per day or $3.65 million annually. Let me explain the review period and the county objections. SB 1383 went through a rigorous review period consisting of 5 comment opportunities and including over 6,000 comments statewide. The overall review period lasted from January of 2019 to May of 2020. Each comment was answered by the administering agency, Cal Recycle. Among these comments were over 300 from Kern County alone. Some of the common requests and concerns are as follows, and I paraphrase for you. Are there situations when a community can be exempted from this regulation? Doesn't the consumption of excess fuel to service remote communities outweigh the benefits of recycling? The state has created an unfunded mandate that forces property owners to pay more. The regulation imposes requirements on jurisdictions that we believe the legislature did not grant to Cal Recycle, such as refusing to allow consideration of a good faith effort. The requirements would force the county that currently utilizes a 1-container system to provide a 2 or 3 container system, significantly increasing traffic-related emissions and potentially decreasing diversion. This seems contrary to the goal of this regulation. The regulation places a disproportionate burden on jurisdictions as compared to state agencies, such as no penalties are placed on state agencies that fail to comply. On behalf of the governing let me move back there a bit. These last 2 comments were actually made by the Kern County Solid Waste Management Advisory Committee. And they read, on behalf of the governing jurisdiction, business enterprises, and the citizens of Kern County, this committee has found that the SB 1383 regulations will result in hardships on all parties related to the upfront costs, the competitive viability of organic end-use products, increased monitoring and reporting, cross-jurisdictional contamination, and the general intrusive nature that will be placed upon all businesses and citizens. This committee is concerned that the overall nature of this Senate bill has been derived from a theoretical model that has not been vetted in the real world and will not have a successful practical application, and the jurisdictions, businesses, and citizens will be left with the fallout. Therefore, the Kern County Solid Waste Management Advisory Committee and local task force in good faith cannot support SB 1383 as presented. A common response by CalRecycle to many of the above comments was, quote, the legislature mandated ambitious organic waste diversion targets in SB 1383 on a short timeline, and the department acknowledges that infrastructure to handle the diversion of this material is key to achieving those legislative mandates, end quote. The truth remains that the state of California did not create ambitious goals. It created unrealistic goals, which intentionally and arrogantly ignores the economic impacts. I'd like to discuss the belief that this is a state unfunded mandate. The state of California has made it clear that they do not believe SB 1383 is an unfunded mandate. They justify this reason based on the premise that SB 1383 explicitly authorized local jurisdictions such as Kern County to charge and collect fees to recover its costs incurred in complying with the regulations. This rationale simply passes the blame for levying excessive fees on local residents from the state onto local Kern County government. The onerous requirements for separated collection and excessive reporting create significant costs which must be borne out by waste generators or residents. The state has created and legislated a program that creates unattainable goals while placing the financial burden squarely on the shoulders of homeowners, renters, and business owners who already pay more taxes than most places in the country. The state also makes it very clear that the financial burden to implement SB 1383 is not germane to the scope of the program. I'd like to discuss the low population waivers. The County of Kern vehemently disagrees with CalRecycle's requirements on low population communities. Initially, the state of California recommended that all 2020 census tracts with population denser than 50 people per square mile must participate in SB 1383. Through agency comments and requests, the state of California revised this threshold to 75 people per square mile. Currently, only 10% of Kern County census tracts fall below the threshold. During the initial comment period, Kern County Public Works argued that the Census Bureau itself defines an urbanized area as having more than 500 people per square mile. Anything less is classified as low population by the very agency who creates the census tracts. The state of California's response disregarded the facts about the Census Bureau and instead focused on the composting goals of 75%. The state contends that this unrealistic goal cannot be reached if areas with population greater than 75 people per square mile are granted waivers. The arbitrarily small 75 people per square mile standard is yet another example that demonstrates the lengths of overreach the state of California must stoop to in order to implement such an unattainable program. I'll now discuss the cost to not implement SB 1383. The County of Kern is currently working with the state of California on a corrective action plan to come into compliance with the state regulation. Kern County is currently in violation for the following. Kern County has not provided 3-container organic waste collection service. Kern County has not conducted container contamination minimization. Kern County has not met record-keeping requirements, and Kern County has not distributed new containers with proper container labeling. Let me reiterate the fiscal implications if Kern County does not comply with SB 1383 by January 1st, 2024. Kern County would be out of compliance for the aforementioned conditions, totaling fines up to $10,000 per day or $3.65 million annually. These fines will be imposed retroactively to January 1st, 2022. It is important to note that the Solid Waste Enterprise Fund cannot pay for fines. All fines must be paid from the county's general fund. While the cost by residents for implementation of the program would be felt keenly by the increased property taxes, not complying with this regulation would have equally damning consequences. The $3.6 million per year would come from much needed and relied upon services such as public safety infrastructure, etc. The pain felt by our county for this flawed program will be felt one way or another, but the cost to not implement SB 1383 is the more detrimental route. It must be stated that the state of California issues all the county's permits to operate our landfills. Eventually, it is believed that the state could possibly begin to revoke our landfill permits, leaving no convenient options for refuse disposal. And lastly, I'd like to discuss the franchise haulers. Due to the many mandated components of SB 1383 that pertain to waste collection, the agreements with the franchise haulers required an update. This included changing to a 3-cart collection system in all existing mandatory collection areas and providing SB 1383 services in multiple new areas. The updated agreements included other new requirements per SB 1383, including new containers with appropriate colors and labeling, monitoring for container contamination, extensive record keeping, public outreach, and education of all customers. Additionally, multifamily dwellings with 5 or more units must be provided recycling totes and composting pails for each unit. The franchise haulers perform detailed cost analyses, but unfortunately, the cost of providing the additional carts, trucks, and personnel to handle all these new services is high. Multiple negotiations with the franchise haulers on terms and pricing for the services took almost 2 years to complete. Final proposed rates are in close alignment with SB 1383 rates for Central California, published in a report titled SB 1383 Local Service Rates Analysis, commissioned by CalRecycle. All county franchise agreements were restated and approved at the end of January 2023, with all provisions for SB 1383 requirements beginning on July 1st, 2023. The franchise haulers are now preparing to begin implementation on July 1st, 2023, including all existing universal collection areas totaling 64,500 customers and all expanded areas totaling 23,700 customers. They have already been purchasing thousands of carts, multifamily toolkits, and additional trucks to meet the deadline. Additionally, some are hiring additional personnel to handle new collections. And in conclusion, since 2016, the County of Kern, along with local Senate and House leaders, have opposed SB 1383 legislation. Despite our opposition and the opposition of numerous local agencies, Governor Brown signed this legislation into law. The county voiced numerous concerns and raised over 300 objections to the law as currently written, to no avail. CalRecycle, a state agency, continues to press ahead with this organic waste diversion program. Per state law, if Kern County fails to implement, we may be penalized up to $10,000 per day, which must be paid by the county's general fund. Any money diverted from the general fund will hamper our ability to provide public safety and other vital services. And we have a couple slides here to today's 218 process, and I'll go through that. Proposition 218 requires approval prior to the imposition or increase of assessments and certain user fees. A protest hearing is successful if opposition to the proposed increase is received is 50% plus 1 vote. In that case, the rates are not approved. This includes the hauler rates for the collection and transportation of solid waste that are being imposed or increased, and also the new universal collection areas are being established or expanded and are setting new required service levels. In accordance with Proposition 218, the County of Kern mailed 103,703 notices to property owners regarding fiscal year 2023-2024 solid waste collection rates, universal collection areas, and new service levels. The fee structure of the Kern County solid waste. Solid waste collection fee is paid to the franchise haulers. The universal collection areas go on the property tax bill. And then we have non-tax roll areas, including residential and commercial. Customers pay directly to the franchise hauler, or the customers may self-haul. Solid waste administration fee, also known as the hauler admin fee. It pays for the county's administrative costs of handling the franchise hauler agreements. It's on the tax bill for universal collection areas or billed directly by haulers, depending on the type of property. And I turn it over to you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chamblin. Supervisor Peters has punched in. We're still not yet done with the presentation, so I'm going to get to you shortly, Supervisor Peters, but let me continue with our presentation first. So at this time, we're going to do our first group, Prop 218 items that are on the tax roll, and we'll start the first group, which includes all Proposition 218 agenda items that are included on the tax rolls. We'll be combining agenda items 8 through 10 since they are functionally equivalent for process, so they will be heard concurrently as one hearing, but still treated separately for voting purposes. This is the time and the place for the public hearing to consider the proposed resolutions establishing service levels and boundaries and the proposed ordinances establishing the schedule of solid waste collection charges for fiscal year 2023 and 2024 and providing for collection of the same on the tax roll for residential properties. These items are for Metropolitan Bakersfield Universal Collection Area, Western Kern Universal Collection Area, Eastern Kern Universal Collection Area. Mr. Champlin, go ahead and please continue your presentation concerning these areas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Agenda item number 8, Metropolitan Bakersfield Universal Collection Area. The haulers in this area are Valley Garbage Service, Superior Sanitation, Varner & Son, Howard's Garbage Service, Varner Brothers, Price Disposal, and Lamont Sanitation. The proposal is to add additional areas, set a new 3-cart service level, or 240 gallons per unit for all residential units, and impose the new rates. The annual fees per residential unit are increasing in the following ways. Single residence or mobile home increases from $324.12 to $368.64. Multi-residences or mobile homes increases from $299.52 to $368.64. Apartments 2 to 4 units per apartment increases from $299.52 to $368.64. Apartments with 5+ units increases from $324.12 to $368.64. Condominiums increased from $270.36 to $368.64. Mobile home parks increased from $270.36 to $368.64, and all new expanded areas are set at $368.64. Agenda item number 9, Western Kern Universal Collection Area. This includes areas of Delano, McFarland, Lost Hills, Button Willow, Shafter, Wasco, and Taft. The haulers in this area are American Refuse Inc., South Tulare Rich Grove Refuse, and Westside Waste Management Inc. The proposal is to combine the existing universal collection areas, add additional areas, set a new 3-cart service level or 240 gallons per unit, and impose the new rates. The increases are as follows. Existing Button Willow UCA, $323.52 to $528.96. Existing Lost Hills UCA increases from $323.88 to $528.96. Existing South Shafter UCA increases from $303.36 to $528.96. Existing unincorporated Taft UCA increases from $314.04 to $528.96, and all new expanded areas will be set at $528.96. And agenda item number 10, Eastern Kern Universal Collection Area. This is areas including Fraser Park, Kern Valley, Boron, Mojave, Ridgecrest, Rosamond, and Tehachapi. The haulers in this area are Mountainside Disposal, Inc., Thomas Refuse, Inc., and Waste Management. The proposal is to add additional areas, set a new 3-cart service level or 240 gallons per unit for all residential units, and impose the new rates. The increases are as follows. Existing Eastern Kern UCA will increase from $346.20 to $559.80, and all new expanded areas will be set at $559.80.
Thank you, Mr. Champlin. I appreciate that presentation. So at this time, we'll go to Supervisor Peters, followed by Supervisor Couch.
Thank you, Chairman. So first off, I wanted to say I know that this has been a long process that county staff has been trying to work through, that they have opposed vehemently since this whole process began, and it's a big problem to try and tackle. This is one of a whole slew of mandates that come from the state constantly at us, and so I want you to know that I appreciate all of your hard work on this. I have quite a few issues with it. However, number one, I feel like the state of California has these one-size-fits-all plans that they push down on the state constantly. And I feel like this plan is a little too one-size-fits-all to serve people in Kern County. I think that going from, it's bad enough in certain areas where it's going from the current level of service where they've had it for years and the state is mandating this increased cost. That's going to be hard enough that we have to deal with. But again, it's a mandate. But I have a problem with a lot of these areas that are going to be going from $0 right now, not paying anything for current service, to $560 essentially. This is going to absolutely devastate some people's budgets, and I just can't support doing that the way that this has been rolled out. Another problem I have is with the universal collection areas, the way they're laid out. And this Prop 218 was done. There are so many unique characteristics about different communities out in East Kern where one thing might work in one area but might not work in another area, that I think not only that, doing the 218 and including that whole area, it really dilutes the voice of individual communities out there. And we need to make sure that they're able to go out and represent themselves effectively. Let's see, there were quite a few notes down here. Yeah, and another problem, and this kind of ties back into what I was saying earlier about the going from 0 to 560 overnight. I understand why this evolved the way it did to include some of these areas to try and take advantage of economies of scale to lower the overall cost for some areas. But if it were me in any of these areas that weren't mandated to be in there by the state and we weren't absolutely required to, I would be furious if I was included in that. And so I think we need to look at some different options, different ways to break this up, maybe different service levels, really get into the numbers on some of the self-haul options, and step back and reevaluate this plan a little bit. That's all the comments and questions I have for right now. I may have some more in a little bit, but I will turn it over. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Peters. And just as a reminder, I know that's good news, and we have to refrain from clapping and cheering just for a point of order, but just bear with me. Supervisor Couch.
You're wise beyond your years. Let me say it this way. I agree with everything he just said. Now, this is more of a process question for the attorneys over there, I think. We can only take action on what's on our agenda today, or something less, or not take action on some of them. We can't add anything to it, right, that wasn't noticed. Correct? You understand the question?
Supervisor Couch, through the chair, I believe I understand the question. You can't increase any rates.
Higher than what was noticed.
Absolutely.
Gotcha.
You can lower rates,
okay,
and you can vote to not do something that is before you. And depending on modifications, if it's like a lesser than situation, you can consider and take some action today.
So I don't know the proper way of doing this, so I'm just going to ask you how we would do this. Instead of us sitting here and saying, let's have everybody comment on the proposed recommendation, can we have an option B that isn't on the agenda at this point, but would be something less than what is posted on the agenda? For example, the places that Supervisor Peters just referenced that are the new areas going from 0 to whatever, can we just remove those from any action we take today? And how would we do that as a separate option?
So, Supervisor Couch, through the chair, theoretically, yes. However, this is a noticed public hearing, and so there still needs to be a public hearing. In addition to the staff recommendations or proposals that are before you, I suppose you could ask staff, based on at least what Supervisor Peters have said, and maybe if other board members have similar thoughts or just different ideas that they wanted to weigh in, you could direct staff to put their heads together very quickly and then come back and figure out, like with some of the areas Like what would happen if those areas that are not mandated to be included, if they were removed from the proposal that's before your board today?
I would ask, that's what I'm suggesting, is that the rest of the board weigh in on that possibility. By the way, if we remove those areas, we still make a huge step forward towards the implementation of the law. Can you give us a sense of how much that is?
Chairman, or Supervisor Couch to the chair, are you referencing the
If you move forward with your recommendation, except for the areas that don't have universal collection now?
It's our estimation that the customers who are currently in universal collection for residential purposes is roughly about 65% of the users in the county. And that's not counting commercial users.
So well, the number I had heard referenced before was somewhere between 75 and 85%?
So later in this hearing, your board is going to hear for commercial compliance. And if we come into compliance for the commercial aspect of this program, that would put us in that 80% compliant range.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Supervisor Couch. Supervisor Scrivener.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I want to thank everyone who showed up today that we haven't had a chance to hear from, but I know we will shortly. I do also want to extend my sincere thanks to our staff with Public Works, particularly for conducting the public meetings that we had. I know those were meetings that were difficult. This is an extremely frustrating situation that our community is being faced with, but also that our staff and frankly this board is being faced with, and that really comes down to the state of California and their continuous efforts to push policies to fight climate change that have real significant costs. And so many of those costs we realize, we experience every day, but perhaps don't realize that it's directly related to something that the state legislature has done to fight climate change or some other agenda. This is one that's very easy to understand and to recognize because they have said that this policy to divert the organics from the waste stream is to reduce the methane gas emissions in the landfills, which they say causes climate change. So here it is, folks. The price tags that you're seeing are all directly related to the legislature's efforts to fight climate change, and now we're faced to grapple with that. I do agree with the comments of my two colleagues. This primarily is a concern for me because of the extraordinary cost that this is going to place on folks that currently don't have any trash service. Those are the folks that are in the universal collection areas. They already have usually 2 cans, sometimes 3, and it's a lot different question, I think, for them when it comes to a Prop 218 vote than it is for someone who currently has no service, self-hauls their trash, and is perfectly happy to do so. And so I think that one of the fundamental problems that I have with this is that you have universal collection areas, the customers in those areas, and the residents with no current service having their voices equally weighted in this Prop 218 process. Those without I think those without service currently should be able to have their voices heard separately. So, you look at these specific communities and they should be given an opportunity to vote, I think, separately on the level of service. So I'll give you an example. Folks in Boron, which is on the far southeastern part of the county, they have a landfill that's very close to their homes. They self-haul. A lot of the neighbors will get together and help each other if they're elderly or disabled, et cetera, to get their trash to the landfill. That process and that routine has served them well for a long time. Or you have an area like Fraser Park where you have private trails that are dirt, unpaved, and so the prospect of trash trucks rumbling up and down those streets, I think, is an entirely different equation for them. And so this process that we have that's been presented to the public where Eastern Kern, it's everything from Fraser Park to Ridgecrest, I just don't think that that works. And I think that probably Western Kern, folks there would make the same argument. You know, the situations in Taft are different from Shafter or in the unincorporated areas around Shafter, et cetera. And so I'd like us to work towards a process where we are able to separate the folks that currently have no service from the folks that are currently under a universal trash collection program. Thank you.
Well said, Supervisor Scrivener. Thank you. I also want to weigh in before we commence the public hearing. I agree with the direction of my colleagues. And I think, you know, Mr. Walters was talking about the impacts of homelessness in the KRV. And, you know, California has its priorities out of whack. You know, just today, they banned Skittles. And literally. And we've got, you know, we're balancing the climate change. We're balancing the sanctions from the state. We work for you. We understand your plight. It's hard to go from 0 to 500 or whatever the case is based on your area. You know, there's inflation. We're coming out of COVID. There's an uneasiness right now. People are struggling to make ends meet. And, you know, it's a sensitive time, and I'm sensitive to that, even though my area is mostly already paying this in Metro Bakersfield. Having said that, I think there's a pathway moving forward. If we do the easy, low-hanging fruit, which is universal collection, and we tease out maybe the expanded areas, and we work on the commercial as well as the non-tax roll, that could get us to the 80%. That could demonstrate compliance with the state. That can buy us more time, and I think there's a potential win-win. And so now it's your turn as we start the public comment. I'm going to commence the hearing. We want to hear from you. We want the state to hear from you, and I'm going to continue with the hearing at this time. Thank you. Okay. Oh, who is? What's that? Oh, Mr. Alsop.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I just wanted to, I mean, based on everything we just heard, and I'm looking over at our Public Works Director, I'm wondering if the board would give us an opportunity, maybe that's now, maybe 20 minutes to confer on what you just said. There are some considerations to be made on some of the agenda items and the way that they're drafted currently. Looking over at County Council, are you okay with that? Would the board,
sure.
Hopefully the public would be a little bit patient, understanding I think what we're trying to do here. Would the board allow that? Maybe, sure. Josh, 20 minutes?
So without any objection from my board, I'm willing to take a recess for 20 minutes as you huddle for revised recommendations, and then we can come back and commence the public hearing. We good? Okay, recess for 20 minutes. Okay, board to reconvene, and just for the record, I'm going to make a notation that all board members are present. Mr. Chamblin, do you want to continue with a new revised recommendation in our new direction?
Thank you, Chairman Flores. Staff took that time to have some discussions on what your board had kind of shared with us and the concerns that you had. And I do believe that we have some revised recommendations or alternate resolutions and ordinances prepared. I just want to note up front that what we've prepared here will not bring us into compliance with SB 1383 if this is your motion today. And because of things I'll discuss, and this could potentially, our agreements, our hauler agreements would need to have some look to see how that would fit with these new ordinances and resolutions. But now I'd like to just kind of discuss what we've prepared for you as an alternate here. I'm going to go through each area and kind of discuss. So I'm going to start with Metro Bakersfield, and this is where we are on this one. The resolution, the only thing that we are changing on, as a broader picture, I'd like to discuss what we're putting up on the screen right now. So this is a bigger picture, and this is going to apply to all three areas that we're proposing. If you look on this map, the yellow area is what's currently in universal collection. So only the yellow areas on this map receive universal collection paid on the property tax bill. The pink or coral areas, red areas, those are all the areas that were being proposed in the original staff recommendation to include as new areas. In each resolution that we are bringing as a revised alternate, all of the coral is going to be removed from these resolutions. So for West, East, and Metro, all of these are going to be removed from the resolutions as being universal collection. So if this is your board's decision, anybody who is currently in that coral area, that pink area, they will, July 1st, their service will not change. They will have the same service as before, which would be voluntary service to your franchise hauler. And that's what's going to be explained in these resolutions and ordinances. So going back to Metro Bakersfield. Metro Bakersfield, we are only including the yellow in that metro area. The universal collection area would be the only area. So we've removed the portion that adds any new areas to Metro Bakersfield. And that's the only change for that one. There's no change to the ordinance. And also in the resolution, the implementation date for Metro Bakersfield would still be July 1st, 2023. And simply the ordinance sets the rates, and so the rates will not change for Metro Bakersfield existing universal collection area. In Western Kern, the resolution has deleted the addition of any new areas under the universal collection areas. So any of those red areas would not be included in universal collection. They would stay voluntary, non-tax roll. You would pay directly to the haulers as you do today. And additionally, one change that we have suggested is the service level in this area to be delayed until January 1st, 2024, because January 1st is the deadline for us to come into compliance for SB 1383. The change to the ordinance.
Can you expand on that a little bit?
So our corrective action plan with the state of California requires that we come into compliance by, our deadline is technically December 31st of this year. So January 1st is the date which we have to be compliant with SB 1383. So in an effort to minimize some of the burden, we can delay the implementation until January 1st, 2024 for the Western Kern area. And in so doing, the cost to To implement 1383 would only be felt for the last 6 months of the fiscal year, January through June, rather than July through June. This would be a good opportunity to go back to the Metro. And the reason that we're requesting that Metro Bakersfield Universal Collection go in right now is because the increase in cost to comply with SB 1383 for metropolitan existing universal collection area for Metro Bakersfield is only about $12 a year, because all of the parcels in Metro Bakersfield currently have 3-cart system. And so the cost to the residents is very low versus the jump from existing universal collection on the west is a little bit greater. And so we've suggested that we defer until January 1st. And in that scenario, the ordinance, the only change to the ordinance would be Exhibit A, which is the schedule of universal solid waste collection charges. And it decreases the annual service charge to $434.18. And then finally, the Eastern Kern. The Eastern Kern, the changes there, similar to the previous two, is our revised or alternate resolution would remove all of those red areas, Fraser Park, Tehachapi, Kern River Valley, Ridgecrest, Boron, Mojave, and Rosamond. Those red areas would be removed. The language is removed from the resolution, and it would just apply to the existing universal collection that already exists in Eastern Kern. And similar to the west side of the county, we're recommending delay of services until January 1st, 2024. And in similar fashion, the only change to the ordinance would be the Exhibit A, Schedule of Universal Solid Waste Collection Charges. The new annual service charge for all existing universal collection for this year, coming fiscal year, would be $467.27. And I'd just like to remind you that this is, from what we heard from your board, this is something to get us closer, but in no way does this make us fully compliant with the state law. Staff will have to do additional work after this hearing to come back with options on how we can get to that 100% compliance and avoid penalties in the future.
Thank you, Mr. Chamberlain, for the revised staff recommendation. So we're still under first round board member comments before I open the public hearing. Are there any more board member comments? Supervisor Peters.
Thank you. Just circle back to your final statement. So there still would be some existing areas in other parts of East Kern that are in that mandatory language that we're then just staff is going to figure out what that implementation looks like under a different program, correct?
Correct. Under the state law, if you have a census tract with over 75 people per square mile, those areas are currently mandated to be compliant with SB 1383. So those census tracts with the density requirement, we are going to have to take another look at those and see what we do in order to come into compliance over this next fiscal year.
Understood. And then, okay, actually, no, I get that. I'm good right now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Supervisor Peters. Okay, so at this time, now is the time for the public hearing and comment on items 8, 9, and 10. Any property owners who wish to file a written protest regarding the increased rates or the placement of those charges on the tax roll for any of these 3 agenda items, please come forward and file those written protests with the clerk of the board at this time. Prop 218 provides that the protests received after the close of the hearing will not be considered. Are there any written protests? You can come on down. Clerk will receive them. 5:30. Okay, thank you. Thanks for everyone's patience. There's a very detailed process here. Okay, Madam Clerk, have there been any written protests filed with you prior to these items?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. For item number 8, Metro Bakersfield Universal Collection Area, a total of 20 protests were submitted. 5 of those protests were not able to be verified or they were duplicates. So a total of 15 protests were verified. For item number 9, Western Kern Universal Collection Area, a total of 23 protests were submitted. 5 of those could not be verified, so a total of 18 verified protests were received. And for agenda item 10, a total of 2,976 protests were received. Of those, 1,075 could not be verified or were duplicates. Therefore, 1,901 verified protests have been received. This was prior to today.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Okay, thank you. We'll now be opening the hearing to receive verbal comments from any interested persons regarding any of these areas. Again, the board will individually vote on the items at the conclusion of the comment period, but now's the time for public comment on all 3. So make your way forward. And this will be 2 minutes. Is this 2 minutes? 2 minutes and state your name. Thank you.
Yeah, I would appreciate it if you would state and spell your name. I won't start the clock until you've done so. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Michael Geyer. I am the chairman of the Solid Waste Management Advisory Committee. I have about 7 items I would like to bring up, but I am requesting 10 minutes, not 2 minutes.
For the public hearing, we're only doing 2 minutes. But you can come under public comment at a future board meeting and speak on the other items that are not related to this.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
I am the chairman of the Solid Waste Management
I know you're the chairman,
Advisory.
but today we're going to be 2 minutes for every speaker that's come in before this board for this public hearing. It's a very legal process. There's a lot of people that have come from all over to speak.
Very good. Well, I'll provide my comments to the clerk of the board here. And in keeping it brief, there's a lot of fatal flaws in this whole process. I have been involved with SB 1383 for over 5 years. As this committee has been involved with this, there's a number of things going on. If the attorneys want to know a reason and how to stop the state, look at it from a public health perspective. Landfills are supposed to be sanitary, and this composting, the source separation, is subjecting us to a potential public health train wreck. And if you're not paying attention to it, it's going to create a lot of public disease. My comments are right here. If you won't let me go into that detail, then please, read what I've got here, and as the chairman of the SUMAC committee, I'll turn it over to the others.
Thank you, Mr. Kerr. Next speaker, please.
Wow, you took a lot of my bullet points away. I'm very pleased with the amendment that I've heard. Thank you very much. I'd help out if any way I can in the future. I'm the KRV. My name is Scott Toland, Toland. My wife and I moved to the Kern River Valley from Los Angeles in 2020, and we do love it up there. Like many others in the area, we keep chickens, we grow vegetables, we compost on site, and we recycle. Our organic waste is minimal, and it is not counted by the county. At the town hall meeting, we were told that California 1383 mandated the expansion of universal collection areas along with the mandatory land use fee of $560. This didn't turn out to be true. The California bill does not, in fact, mandate collection service. It does specifically allow self-hauling. Universal collection makes sense in cities where streets are paved and people don't have room for composting, etc. But in the rural areas, many choose to self-haul solid waste for several legitimate reasons. Sadly, many cannot afford the collection service. For many, $560 a year for trash hauling is a luxury and not a necessity. $5 can put a meal on the table. Imagine having to skip 112 meals a year just to pay for trash hauling that you can do yourself for free. The proposal provides no explanation or justification for creating the new collection areas. I am asking the board to amend the proposal to allow people in the affected areas the opportunity to separate and self-haul their solid waste into the appropriate facilities and avoid or receive a refund for the land use fee. I also request a continuance, but I think that's not on the table anymore or needed. Basically, I just wanted to make those points and to kind of like reinforce the decisions you guys have come to on your own. So thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker, please.
I, like the previous speaker, am heartened by what I'm hearing here, as I'm sure many of us are, and also the comments from Public Works, the gentleman from Public Works, as well as you, the board. I'm Chuck Barbee, B-A-R-B-E-E, a homeowner in Kernville. I'm going to read the comments I prepared concerning the proposed action because I'd like them on the record. Concerning the proposed implementation of 1383, it does not mandate forced trash service. It only mandates separation of organic waste. You did not have to pass an ordinance placing the cost of trash service on property taxes, in effect another tax, and then require that such service be used by everyone. Some of this is moot now, I understand, but I'm going to read anyway. You did not have to lump Kern County's unincorporated census tracts, most of which would qualify for a waiver concerning SB 1383, into one large census tract, which does not qualify for that waiver. If you vote to implement what you propose, for your own ease and convenience, it seems, you will place an enormous burden on tens of thousands of your constituents. In many cases, it's a burden which cannot be borne. Legal opinion suggests that the measures you're proposing to take could be in violation of the California Environmental Quality Act by failing to consider environmental impacts. We object to your proposed solution in the belief that it will result in harm to the environment and economic harm to your constituents. And we request that you not place the proposed fee on property tax bills, as doing so could result in people losing their homes because of unpaid trash bills. That would be unconscionable. We request that you respect established census tract boundaries and the waivers that they allow, and that you make the waiver process clear and easy to understand. And we request that you find a solution that also allows your constituents to self-haul and do their own composting if they choose to do so. We request that you continue the vote on this matter for at least 2 weeks, and during that time that you meet with your constituents to develop acceptable solutions to these matters.
Thank you, Mr.
Implementing
Barton.
these
Your
matters.
time has elapsed. You want to bring your comments to a close?
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
My name's Donald Jones, Jones. I've lived in Kern County for 71 years, in East Kern for 50 years. I'm an automotive smog technician for emissions. Every training course I go to, they make it very plain that there's over 1,400 people a year die from particulate matter from diesel vehicles. So they're trying to eliminate that, but then the state comes along with methane gas, so they're going to trade the methane gas for the diesel particulate with the diesel vehicles that's going to run up and down our roads 3 more times a week for more emissions and the wear and tear on our streets. Do we really need that? I don't think so. It's also not fair to our seniors. They're probably going to lose their homes because they can't pay the trash on their bills, on their taxes. I mean, it doesn't make sense for them either. Another thing, I'm a landlord. I have a duplex. 2 seniors live in a duplex. They may fill a can of trash once a month. So now they need 6 cans? I see no sense in this. It's just uncalled for. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name's Charlie Mazey, Mazzei. I live in Ridgecrest, California. Me and my wife do have a little cabin up here in Bodfish Canyon. This implementation, or this SB 1383, what I'm seeing here is, for one, we had a huge turnout here at the Lake Isabella Senior Center, and it was told to many, which I believe might have been here in a bigger gathering, that if they believe what seems to be truth, which would be a tax liability, because I've heard it on a few occasions, it's a tax, but we were told it was going to be a trash fee, had nothing to do with the tax liability. So this would be hard for anybody that had a fixed income. Now, when it comes to the trucks, I talked to Thomas Refuge himself. He said that they've already purchased some trucks, included some new people, I think 10 employees. But these huge trucks going up and down the roads where, in our case, it would be dirt, and that amount of dust and noise and diesel pollution would be unacceptable. It would be just a terrible deal. The clutter in itself for the containers it just make the streets look pretty uncomfortable to enjoy a life in which we would love to enjoy as a retired couple. I believe if it was to pass, if we don't get the 51%, which is another problem in itself. I think the taxes that we get every year are very significant. They're official, and we know exactly that's a piece of mail we need to consider without a doubt. But what we got from this was a piece of paper that for a lot of people might have looked like trash. So this group might have been bigger than again. So that's 2 reasons.
Thank you, Mr. Mazzei. You want to bring your comments to a close, please? Your
Okay,
time's elapsed.
so I think it should be a la carte.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker.
My name is Vic Yacobucci. It's Yacobucci. I have a couple of pieces of property in Lake Isabella, undeveloped land. And I came up from LA today. I'm going to make this real short because I came up from LA today to argue. But after what I've heard from all of you supervisors, I've been directing my anger at the wrong people. So I'm going to just leave it where it's at. I will say this, that every time, you guys are victims just like we are with this state of California. Every time they have a new project to do, they go to that watering hole. And, you know, it's dry. You can't squeeze the taxpayer anymore. I'm not here on my behalf because I believe that vacant land is exempt. I'm here for all the rest of these people out here that you just can't keep doing this. The time to stop this in this state is now. Whatever it takes. It can't keep going on like this because, you know, George Soros once said and continues to say, you will own nothing and you will be happy. If we keep up the way we're going right now, where a first-time buyer in this state is paying $700 to $800 a month for property tax before he even starts to pay the payment, where's the American dream? So I appreciate the time. I'll just relinquish the rest. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Mary Helen Barrow. I live at 201 Jefferson Street in East Bakersfield, my sanctuary. I'm here, I'm the neighborhood watch coordinator for my area, and several of my neighbors have questions, and so I just needed the clarification. We're in the metro area, so that means we're going to have an increase of $12 annually. So that's reasonable. That's not a problem. My concern and the questions that we've had are, we've heard several comments about how we're going to sort the trash and the waste and how many cans we're going to have. Are we going to have to pay for the cans? Where are we going to put them? Because we may not have enough room in our yards. So if you could either answer those for me or tell me where I can get the answers, and I'll be happy to. I'm pretty computer literate. I'm also speaking on behalf of limited English speakers. I, as you know, am very involved in Spanish language media and reach out to the Latino community on a regular basis. And they have a lot of questions because they need clarification. And if you need any help in translation or whatever to reach out to the Spanish speaking on this, I'll be very happy to help. So you just tell me where I can get the information, and then I'll be happy to do that.
Thank you, Ms. Barrow.
Thank you.
Does that conclude your comments? I don't want to interrupt.
Yeah, I just need to know about the sorting. That's a big thing.
So at the end of the hearing, we can have staff answer some of those questions, okay?
Thank you,
You bet.
very much.
You bet. Next speaker, please.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Saúl Ruiz. Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Saúl Ruiz, presidente del Comité Los Gil en Acción. Vengo en representación de Los Gil.
Good afternoon. My name is Saul Ruiz. I'm the president of Comité Los Hills in Action, Committee Los Hills in Action.
Y quería pedirles a los supervisores que reconsideren esa comunidad. Es una comunidad hispana de muy bajos ingresos.
And I want to ask the supervisors to reconsider the Los Hills community. It's a low-income community of Latinos.
Y también que reconsideren a todas las comunidades del condado, que todos vivimos una recepción muy fuerte, una recepción de carestía muy fuerte.
And to please reconsider all the small communities that we are currently living in tough times.
Y están viviendo, no hay trabajos, no hay personas que pagan renta, y el aumento de la basura sería un incremento muy grande para las comunidades, porque muchas personas pagan renta y el dueño del alquiler tiene que aumentar la renta para poder pagar lo de la basura.
It's a struggle to find any jobs around here. Rent is high and it would only get higher if this was to pass, and they would have to pass on the cost to the renter.
De favor les pido que consideren a todas las comunidades, no solo a la comunidad de Los Gil, pero hay muchas familias en todo el condado que viven esta recesión, una carestía, no tienen para pagar los biles, y un incremento en la basura sería una carga mucho más grande para todas las familias. Tienen que reconsiderar familias que en realidad no tienen trabajo, a causa del COVID. El COVID nos vino a acabar, vino la guerra a ponernos más en problemas y las familias de bajos ingresos son las que están viviendo esa guerra.
And I'm asking not to just take into consideration the needs of the Los Hills community, but the needs of several families across Kern County that are currently struggling. Housing is a very heavy issue. And because of COVID, things have only gotten worse for our families.
Es todo lo que les pido y espero que reconsideren esto. Gracias.
That's all I'm asking for, and I hope you guys reconsider this. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker, please.
Hello, how's the board doing? Dan O'Brien and Monica O'Brien.
Monica O'Brien.
We're residents of Lake Isabella. We've resided there for over 10 years. We've had property up there for 29 years. This is going to be a hard hit for us. We're going from our taxes right now, we're paying Kern County is $18,000, and you guys are sticking $10,400 on top of that $18,000. So it's a heck of a hit for somebody. I've got 19 families under my roof that I'm taking care of. They're all low-income families. They all struggle very hard. They have children or they're vets. You guys know the routine. We take care of the trash for all of our tenants because of the reason we want to keep the neighborhoods nice. That's what most of the people up here do. And then any heavy hauling we do ourselves. So the cost is obviously a big problem because as the last individual just stated, we're going to pass it down to our tenants. And then they're the ones that are going to suffer, right? I write it off. So, one way or the other, unfortunately, it's the low-income people that hurt the most every time. Now, I don't know what it is about this state that it wants the low-income people here. It's attracting them all here. It tells them all to come here, and we're going to give them everything for free. But then when they get here, they all want to raise the rates on them and kick them all out of the houses. So I don't know what to say, guys. I mean, you're on the right track, but this is going to hurt real estate as well.
I know your guys' hands are tied with the state of California. I just want to know how you justify, obviously this is taxation without representation, but how this is justifying a $20,000 trailer that's worth 20 grand versus a $1.7 million house on the Kern River, and it's a flat fee. It's not fair, and it's not valued right.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you both. Next speaker, please.
Hi, thank you. My name is Patty Thomas, Thomas, no relationship to the hauler. I thank you for the opportunity to speak. I have here a sample of the low population waiver application for unincorporated portions of the counties. I have a sample one that San Luis Obispo filled out, and it's from the website, from Cal Recycle is providing this form as a convenience to assist unincorporated folks to fill out this waiver. I have a sample of that, and I have Census Tract 5203, which is Weldon. Population is 4,440. It covers a lot of area, 353 square miles. The pop per square mile is 12.6. I have this partially filled out for you folks at the Public Works. I have the same thing for Census Tract 5207, which is basically the Kernville area, and it's 1,839 people, 413 square miles, pop per square mile, 4.5. These are all within the stated requirements of the, well, no, yeah, 13, but it's more there, CCR 14, CCR 18984.12A. And then I have for Woodford Heights, Census Tract 5208, population 2,574. That area composes quite a lot of square miles, 541, with the pop ratio at 4.8. And I have one for Inyo Kern, which says they only have 7 people per square mile within their district, and it's 1,614, but they have 230 square miles. I do have one for Lake Isabella, but sorry, but y'all are sandwiched into a tight area. You don't quite qualify under the low pop waiver because your district is 5205. Your population is 3,785. You only have 8 square miles, so the ratio of population per square mile is 440.2.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Thomas.
Oh, I didn't know I went over. I apologize.
That's
Thank
okay.
you.
That's very good research. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Ross Elliott. I'm a resident of Bodfish. And I want to thank you, the board, for listening to us today and taking the action to ask for a revised recommendation from your staff. That certainly suits me. I think how we got here is staff was intent on implementing this law, working with the franchise haulers and making those 2 entities happy, and nobody ever asked the public what they thought and whether they're willing to pay for it. And so I know that staff is going to have to come back at some point, and hopefully it'll change the attitude. Instead of, as we heard at the public meeting in Lake Isabella, if you don't like this proposal, you can incorporate. That doesn't engender a spirit of cooperation. And so as they come back with a proposal back to your board, I hope that they have public workshops in advance to try and build public support for whatever it is they're going to bring forward. We'd like to be part of it. We want to be able to afford it. It needs to be something that's realistic. The CPI that is proposed in this item, I've got a handout to you. If you take the rate of increase as it's been the last 5 years and apply that 5 years forward, this fee will be $100 more in 4 years. That's unconscionable. You need to place a cap on whatever their yearly increase is because the CPI that they're proposing is way out of whack. So I bring that to your attention. Hopefully you can address that. And again, thank you for taking the actions you're going to take on pulling the East Kern area out. And thank you for the appointment this morning, by the way.
Thank you, Mr. Elliott. Next speaker, please.
My name is Richard Molia, M-O-G-L-I-A. I live in Lake Isabella. I'm a property owner there. I've cut a lot of this out because you covered it pretty good today. But this plan, I am protesting the new or increased fees for some to be added to the property tax bills for the residents of Kern County try to be in compliance with SB 1383. Property taxes should not be the vehicle for the government to fund state-mandated projects. The refuse haulers, the state via state income tax, and the county via local tax would be a much more appropriate source of funding than the homeowners. So I was going to say on that, this plan creates a new whole inspection and compliance system, which is going to be more cost for everybody, the trash haulers, the government, and as the gentleman before me said, the proposed way to increase the rates based on the CPI with no hearing is baloney. And then they can retroactively put something they didn't put on last year and add it to it. I wish I could do that with my salary. So any rate adjustment on any proposal should have a public hearing. And I'm going to finish. I'm going to finish with. You did provide the numbers for the letters and petitions, so I got that answered. Thank you very much for your time and consideration.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Margie Rutzela, R-U-O-T-S-A-L-A. I was going to address this SB 1383 plan, and I am echoing so many others up here today. I am so thankful that you've gone back to reconsider a lot of this. This is not a one-size-fits-all solution. There's many mobile parks in our community that would not be able to house a 3-bin system. Not only that, but we fall under census guidelines in many areas of the communities. The Kern River Valley is a place where many residents are on fixed incomes. This proposal places the demographic in jeopardy of losing their homes. I myself am currently struggling. I'm a former EMT and a CNA. I have a child with a medical condition called dysautonomia. I myself have lost my job in the ER due to my own medical conditions that affect me multisystemically. We lost our home and everything we had in the Erskine fire. I had purchased some property afterwards, and I was looking to rebuild for my children and I. So this proposal places so much burden on rebuilding my life, a burden I'm afraid I cannot afford to bear, especially in my current circumstances. I've been a longstanding member of this community with over 40 years in Kern County. I've been a volunteer, an advocate, and worked hard to be a light on so many dark days for our Valley members. I implore you to find another solution. I already self-sort my garbage, I compost, and I recycle, as do many others. And we would like to see this kind of self-service, self-sort, self-haul be a viable option. We simply cannot risk losing our homes. So at this time, I just wanted to say thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name's Allison Sheehy, S-H-E-E-H-E-Y. In 1988, I was in discussions with Carl Pope about implementing a landfill fee. So because they were going to start using gate fees on all of the landfills in Kern County. It was modest, and it kept our trash problem down. We now have a humongous trash problem. The landfill fees went from $110 when I bought my house 3 years ago, and now they're going to $170. With the haul fee, that would be an additional $560 a year, which is more than doubling my property taxes. I live in a low-income neighborhood. The new gate fees that have been implemented have increased our trash problem up in the Kern River Valley. Currently, I'm not in a universal collection area, but I have Thomas Refuse. I'm losing my job next week, and due to my budget being shrunk enormously, I was going to stop having them pick up. I compost everything. I self-haul all my woody waste to the transfer station. No wet waste ever hits my trash can. And if this amount of composting, and an informal poll, how many people compost in the Kern Valley? So we're going to be having you guys measuring through Thomas all of the organic waste, and it's not going to come to muster. You're not going to get the numbers because we're all already diverting our organic waste. So there needs to be a poll to counteract SB, the Senate bill, so that we can legally stop having the organic waste problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sheehy. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Ashley Fike, F-I-K-E. I'm here to speak on behalf of Bodfish resident Kirsten Winter and her neighbors who were unable to be here. This card is the only warning that Ms. Winter received in the mail about this topic. Ms. Winter lives in an area with other elderly neighbors who produce no organic waste. They keep chickens and other animals who eat that waste, or they use the waste for mulching to reduce their water usage. Most of them are now living on fixed incomes with limited financial flexibility. She said that many of their bins would sit unused while they paid significantly for a service they couldn't use and watch trash trucks tear up their road. Ms. Winter came to the U.S. from Germany some years ago and was raised on a low-waste, environmentally conscious lifestyle. She suggested to me that education on how to use organic waste and community bins in a central location would be far more economical and help comply with mandates without placing an undue burden on residents. Many residents would be perfectly capable of and willing to comply with SB 1383 through a self-haul allowance, as many of them are already in compliance. On behalf of East Kern residents like Ms. Winter, we want to ask you to reevaluate East Kern's low-density exemptions. We want the residents to be stakeholders in a plan to provide self-hauling options. We also want compliance charges removed from the tax roll and accounted for in a way that does not place homes in danger. If the proposed alternate plans are not accepted here today, we are asking for at least a 2-week continuance of the vote so that you may research and respond to our concerns. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fike. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Emma Pollum. I'm a resident of Lake Isabella. That's Pollum. My comment is primarily a question regarding the revised plan, which is that my understanding from what we just heard is that the new collection areas are simply delayed until January 1st. And I want to urge you to not accept anything that is merely a delay, but to take into account really everything that people have said today that affects people living in rural areas that are not just the Kern River Valley, but mostly throughout Kern County. I know that it was stated that we still won't meet the requirements of SB 1383 with this new plan anyways. And I was curious as well as how far we'd still be from meeting that, and as well as why that mandate can't be met with self-hauling and accountability at the landfills instead of through the trash hauling service. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. I'm Donna Milani Jackson, M-A-L-A-H-N-I, Kernville. I lived up there for 48 years. First thing, before I forget, what Allie said about the gate fees, we voted it down 40 years ago. You board put it on at $59, and it has gone up. So, and it's, up to 160 now. The other thing is the state of California going to have any grants or anything to help out areas like us? And I compost. I lived in Germany. I learned that 50 years ago. I even flatten the cans. I wash everything out. Now, people are going to have green cans, unless they're like a bear can, which has a lock on it and you pay more. You're going to have bears turning it over. I live on a hill. I opened my door one day last year, and there was a juvenile bear that got in the Rubbermaid container for the bird seed. I wasn't afraid of them because cubs, the mothers, are around. So what are the things? You didn't even have citizen committees to come up with ideas. And like that postcard that lady showed, that is undersized. And the flyer you sent out came torn to me, so I had to piece it together to be able to read it. And the other thing about the 1,000-something letters, did they have to have the parcel number on it or not? I put the parcel number on mine because other people said they didn't have to. So, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next speaker, please.
I'll be quick. My name is Elizabeth Hartman, Hartman. I live in Lake of the Woods, which is a subsidiary of Fraser Park. I am at 5,100 feet. I know that there is a waiver for over 4,500 feet, but there is no information on exactly what that waiver is. We do have bears. The bears come and nobody puts their trash out now until Tuesday morning when the trash comes because the bear will come in. So, and he has been on next to my house to get into the trash, and I scared him off. So, I mean, we need to find out what that waiver is. And is this a delay to have it implemented, or is it just going to, are the areas you mentioned just going to go away? And also in my neighborhood, we don't have a lot of garages, we don't have a lot of driveways, so now we're going to have all of these trash cans up and down the street. I can put mine away, but my neighbors can't. And again, neighbors on all sides of me are elderly, and they can't afford this. It's going to devastate them. They're going to lose their homes. So anyways, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello.
Gary Emenhiser, that's Emenhiser. I live homeowner in Kernville. The $12, you talk about the $12 for Bakersfield not being very much. There's a lot of people that $12 makes a big difference. And, you came up with the 560 and there are a bunch of people about 2 jumps ahead of a fit. You're talking about a lot of money to a lot of people. And I know your staff got with the trash haulers and made a plan, but there are a lot of smart people in this town that have a lot of time on their hands. And they will come out, we can figure this out. And as you heard, a lot of people are already doing what they can to limit the trash. That was the main thing, but I'm real concerned about this, just kicking it down the road until 2024, and we're going to do all this again. Please take the opportunity to talk to to people in the valley and to all of your people, because we obviously want to take care of this. And thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Okay, next speaker, please.
My name is William Matthews, Matthews, from Lake Isabella. My first comment, I want to thank all of you supervisors for convening and revising it to the new standards that you did this afternoon. Myself, I'm a 64-year-old man. I retired a couple of years ago for health reasons on a small Social Security amount. I was able to purchase my home several years ago with every dime I had, so it's paid for, but I paid $17,000 for it. It's a hovel. It's a 1970 mobile. Okay. I'm holding this bag. This is about as much garbage as I produce in 1 week. And the rest of it, as far as like beer cans and pop cans and stuff like that, probably in a year, I probably wouldn't be able to fill up that recycling container. And why I'm saying this is because, you have to meet the guidelines and those levels of compliance, like 80%, I forgot what the percentages was. But there's a significant number of people in the county, in the rural eastern county, like myself, that live alone. They're elderly, okay? They live alone, produce minimal amounts of garbage, okay? And I think that if you're gonna have if you're gonna treat them as, like, say, larger families or larger entities that produce far more amounts of garbage, then you may just, even though you're gonna institute this, I'm pleading with you that, I know that you're saying that this is delayed until 2024. I just really kind of implore you to kind of make it a permanent exemption, due particularly to the fact of the demographics that we have in Eastern County and the rural county, anywhere else in the county, the rural county population that is they are basically, their incomes are under the median, a lot of impoverished people. And one last thing, this bringing this up has caused a lot of stress on a lot of people that are a lot older than me. So, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Matthews. Next speaker, please.
Chairman, can I?
Yeah, sure. Supervisor Peters, I'm sorry, I didn't see that.
Thank you. Just to clarify before we continue, and I know I asked you to re-explain this earlier, but could you explain it one more time exactly what we're talking about? We're not talking about a delay in every single area for 6 months and then it automatically goes into place.
So the revised or the alternate recommendation today, as it stands on its own merit, I think that is essentially where we leave it today. With the excuse me. With the understanding that it's our job as Public Works to come back to you with a way to get this done. Right. That's what we're after. And so I can't, I have my own personal beliefs, but in this seat as director, I'm charged with getting the county compliant. And so any area that has a population greater than 75 people per square mile is mandated by this law. And so that's what we're going to have to take a hard look at, is how we move forward dealing with that.
Okay, thank you. And that gets to the heart of my point. There are some areas that may be deleted entirely from this going forward, potentially, that are included as the maps are today. There are some areas that this plan may move forward in 6 months. There are some areas where we may totally revise what our plan is, or look at different service levels, or look at self-hauling, or consider these different issues over the weeks and months to come. This doesn't mean, as I think some people are understanding, that we're just hitting pause for 6 months.
Correct, Supervisor Peters.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Supervisor Peters. Okay, next speaker, please.
My name is Tommy Hastings, Hastings, or Thomas Hastings. I'm from the Fraser Park area. I'm glad a lot of people showed up to this because I was concerned that all these things got thrown out in the mail. And I did want to point out, as several people said, a lot of people in the rural communities have P.O. boxes. And the Public Works Department, when I called, did acknowledge that these people never even received a notice because many of them were sent back. So there's an issue there. I don't imagine we'll get the 50%. 50% of the people don't even show up to vote. To me, Prop 218 is a scam, and it's been perpetuated onto the taxpayers. But I would ask you guys if it's at all possible. At one point, there was a fire fee also for the mountain communities. I felt that fee was unfair. I never paid it. It was never attached to the property taxes. Why can't this fee just be attached in the same manner? And then if anybody has an issue with it, don't pay it. We'll see what the state does at that point. I don't know if that's been explored, but my other thought is, and it's been brought up over and over, but this is a regressive tax, is what it amounts to. You're talking about seniors and people that have lived in their homes, and there's plenty of examples here. People in the Fraser Park area that have lived there 30, 40 years, they're looking at their property taxes in some cases going up 50, 60%. And that's a total of, as the other lady mentioned, like $730 a year for tax collection. People that have lived in their homes 40, 50 years don't even pay that in their property taxes. But I would ask a few things that maybe you guys haven't considered, the economic hardships of people in a lot of the rural areas. Our property our property insurances have gone up to 400% over the last decade. And a lot of that has to do with fire danger. So I get it. I don't agree with it. But when they talk about everybody sharing the load with this climate agenda, this is unfair. It's unfair to the rural communities. A lot of these communities, and many of them, what I looked into, have had waivers or they're exempted. And these areas include Bear Valley Springs, Stallion Springs. Some of them already have trash service. You've got Pine Mountain Club, Pinyon Pines. These are affluent areas, and they're not going to get affected, like Mojave, Boron, the Kern River Valley, Fraser Park, Lebec, Maricopa, Taft, Arvin, Lamont, you name it. And I know some areas have trash, some don't. Everybody has their own problems in their communities. I can tell you one in Fraser Park. Mr. Couch is familiar. Some
Mr.
of the roads
Hastings,
up there.
Can you bring your comments to a close?
You bet. Some of the roads are 12 foot wide, dirt, and there's already too many cars, and there's a safety issue with emergency services getting through. And you're going to put 3 trash cans on every property? The bears up there are as big as the garbage cans.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Hastings. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. I'm Dennis Fox. I already gave you my written comments a couple of weeks ago. And I do notice today that 8 and 9 do correspond to the taxes we already pay, which are a subsidy to buy water for out of the area folk. That seems to be just wonderful in more ways than one. And what I was thinking is that you might want to consider giving a break to such areas because they use xeriscape or have no lawns per se, use less water, and they would get a tax break rather than the direct subsidy. That is coming up in Orange County, California does that, as well as Arizona, starting with Tucson. So it's something, and I think you'll find that beneficial to have a good, shall we say, a better vision by the people from where the water comes from. They would like to see some action down here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fox. Next speaker, please.
My name is Marcia Dickerson, Dickerson. I live in Bodfish.
I was recently involved in writing a grant for the Arts Center in our valley, and as part of that, we had to use information from the California Index of Healthy Places. Every area in the Kern River Valley falls into the poverty level. Every area, even Kernville, without exception. $467 is better than $570. It's down $103. But for example, my 81-year-old friend who lives in a mobile on a fixed income and is having trouble paying for her homeowner's insurance, works as a pet sitter because she can't live on her fixed income. You add $467 or $570, and you've essentially made this woman homeless. She's not the only one in the Kern River Valley who lives in that circumstance. The majority of the people in the Kern River Valley live at or below the poverty level. When you say you're going to delay this or that you're working on a new solution, please add people from the community to this decision because it affects us all. And you're essentially emptying out the elderly population in the Kern River Valley because they won't be able to afford to stay in their own homes. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. I'm Jackie Donovan, Donovan. I live on the coast, but we have property up in Wofford Heights, and we've been there since the 60s. And we always took our garbage out. We compost, we recycle, just as most everyone here does. The problem that I'm seeing is that you're putting a fee as a tax on our properties. We don't use the garbage. We will not use the garbage. We go to the dump or the transfer station or take it home. We live on the coast. And it's not fair that we have to pay for something that we're not going to use. Now, the transfer station is a great opportunity for everybody to take whatever they need to and get rid of it. And then they don't have to worry because we're already paying for it. I'm understanding on our taxes. Go ahead and use that. And if people want to have the garbage picked up, let them pay the garbage company. Don't put it on our taxes. It's not right to tax people and not be able to use the benefit. But also, we understand what you're going through. Like everyone else has said, you're in a catch-22 kind of here. But we could work this out if you include the community and not be. The other meeting that I saw was quite condescending in some ways, and it didn't include everyone and made people feel pretty lousy, actually, in my opinion. So if you just work on this with the rest of us, and we could figure something out. I think it'll work out pretty good if you include all of us, and we do thank you for your time.
Thank you, ma'am. Next speaker, please.
Hello, hi, I'm a resident of Kernville. My name is Jeff Tappan. I want to thank the Board of Supervisors for your bravery and your foresight and not just tabling this thing and doing it. The real culprit seems to be the state of California in this mandate. They're taxing us. We don't get to vote on it. There doesn't seem to be any transparency. It seems that the same guys that bought us the bullet train and all of this thing now are mandating another thing that doesn't seem to have a research behind it. Where's the figures? We're getting all this stuff, but there doesn't seem to be any transparency, any figures coming forward, how they arrived at it. Stockpiling garbage to make methane pits at the thing just creates more methane. It doesn't seem to solve anything. We don't have a methane problem at Kern Valley right now. If we start piling garbage up, we may have a methane problem. I don't understand the logic of the state. Thank you guys for looking into this. I'm hoping the next 6 months we can all come together and maybe brainstorm this a little bit and work out a solution, because we're a unique area. We're not like everybody else. We compost. I haul my trash to the dump. It's not like an urban area at all. It's a definite rural area. And hopefully we can get considered to be that, and hopefully the Public Works Department can work with us and not against us. I think you guys have made some great progress today. It was more than I could have expected. Thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Tapin. Next speaker, please.
My name is Pam Larson, Larson. I live up in Choctaw Valley, which is up on the north side of Lake Mean. I'm concerned about these 3 bin systems. We have a large bin right now. If we get anything any smaller, they're going to be off in the canyon. We don't have a flat area where I live. Some of the houses do, but our roads are very narrow. They're also 1-lane roads with, they're not built for these trash trucks. They come right now, we pay our garbage by the month, and then we pay for when we need a pickup, which is about every 3 months. But these small cans, they'll be 130 times a year on our roads. We have to pay to return to fix those roads because Kern County or the city of Bakersfield, they don't repair our roads. And that is something I can't afford. I'm a widow living in my house, and I cannot sell it at this point because the insurance is almost $8,000 a year. So if they can afford my house, they can't afford the insurance. We've already had one home fall out of escrow out there because of this. We've also had a trash truck get stuck out there because the road is, when it rains, it's like clay. It got in, it couldn't get out. That had to sit there overnight until they could get somebody to come in and tow it out the next day. So trash trucks are a big problem for us, and I am concerned about our roads because we have to cover the cost, and I can't bear any more cost either. I live on a fixed income. So, and my health insurance is already 1/4 of my income, and by next year I can't afford that either. So I don't want to be homeless. So I would appreciate if you guys could do something different or fight for us with the state. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next speaker, please.
My name is Catherine DeVries. I live and own property in Kernville. I think that you're in a tough place because you have a state mandate, but I also think that the little cards we got in the mail showed lack of creativity. There's a lot of ways to solve this problem. I lived in Northern California cities where they've been doing glass recycling since the early 2000s, and they had a small company decide to make glassware that was eventually sold at Nordstrom's in New York City. I mean, this can be an opportunity. If we're really going to recycle, then 6 months delay may not be enough to do the brainstorming that it takes to look at some different options. I personally don't use Thomas. We have a long driveway. It's very steep. About 15 years ago, we suspended Thomas and we haul our own garbage, in large part because I only fill a can up once every 3 months. So, you know, in my case, I would be being charged for something that I won't be using. And also, we've reduced our trash, even though we haul it, we don't have a lot that falls into the recycling category. Then I want to give a shout out, of course, to all the seniors that are on fixed income who will lose their homes. And our area is a big target for people who want to do Airbnbs and other sorts of tourist-related things. And they're targeting everybody, and this is just one more thing on top of all of the insurance that puts everybody at risk. And it's unfair, and I think it basically comes down to a constitutional protection. You think you're going to have freedom, peace, and tranquility in your home, and this sort of thing set a lot of people off where you feel like you don't have any control over costs that just can be dropped on you. It's an unfair tax.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
My name is Stephen Ponting, Ponting. I live in Mojave. We had Mr. Maven come through our town many years ago trying to push this same thing. He got voted out of office. And I understand you guys have been in office 12 years, so you either got a really good machine or you know how to talk to people and get responses from them and participate with them, which I'm not so sure on. But as a senior, taking my trash out, 1 can for this, 1 can for that, 1 can for that, after I unlock the gate so I can go out, and then I gotta wait all day till the trash comes and gets it, watching them dump trash all the way down the street. And then when he sets them down, they get tipped over, so that means I've gotta go over and bend over and pick them up, which makes it hard for me. Then I gotta bring them in, and then I gotta sort it. Well, that makes me an employee of Waste Management. So I should deserve a check for that, or at least a discount. I'm hoping that you're telling me the truth on this, that they're gonna push this off, not just for 6 months, but to drop those red places that you marked up there, because there's no way this is gonna apply with the people. You have to see how many people are here today. There's hundreds more that would come if it wasn't 2 o'clock in the afternoon. They had to be at work, or at 5 o'clock at night when they're too tired and can't come. If you get out with your constituents and look and talk to them, you'll find out that they're waiting for you to come say hi. They're waiting for you to help work out a problem. You know, I mean, there's greater minds out there than there are in here, so please take a chance.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Dares, D-A-U-R-E-S, Stevens, S-T-E-P-H-E-N-S. Have a question. Supervisor Phillips, how many meetings have you held regarding this in the Kern River Valley?
Supervisor Peters, not Supervisor Phillips, but just a small note. But this isn't a question and answer session right now, so it's your time to make comments. But you feel free to reach out to my office.
No, I'm not, because you don't return the phone calls. I'm still waiting 4 months for one regarding the courtroom.
Let me interject. This is not a time for tit for tat, but please do your 2 minutes. And then if there's questions that need to be answered, it'll be up to staff or the board if they want to comment.
So I'll make a statement. The whole reason we're here is because of lack of leadership. They should not have to come down this canyon, one of the most dangerous roads in the state of California. We have an empty courtroom up there that can't get open, and that could have been used as a place to have this meeting. There's plenty of opportunity. This man got more endorsements from the Republican Party than anyone in history, and we don't even know who he is. Now we know who he is. He brought the community together. A real leader here is Ashley. Stand up, Ashley. Ashley, with social media, made this happen. I don't thank you for the meeting. We made this meeting happen. Let me read something to you. Judgment, justice, decisiveness, integrity, dependability, tact, endurance, unselfishness, bearing, and courage are Marine Corps leadership traits that a private at age 17 is supposed to know. I've seen none of that displayed regarding this. Zero. And someone's going to say it's sour grapes. I don't care. It is sour. 200 homes left South Lake in a fire, and we're going to say it's in the district to have this trash pickup.
Mr.
It's
Stevens,
vacant.
Thank you. Your time's up, but thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
My name is Patricia Michaud. I am a resident of Weldon. I moved down here from El Dorado County. We have a trash area where we actually we can't have trash cans up there in Georgetown because we don't even have sidewalks. The problem is everybody does produce trash. We need a solution to help recycle. We don't need 3 different things imposed on us saying this is for green waste. Some of us have acreage. How are you going to put 2 acres of green waste or weeds in a 90-gallon trash can a week? It ain't gonna happen. We get fines for the weeds. So we have to find our own solutions by going back and forth to the dump. If you guys want to impose a fee, do it at the dump. But when it comes down to it, don't put it on our taxes, because a lot of people will default because you have penalties on not being, old people cannot afford the taxes already. If you want people to help you solve this dilemma, then ask them for suggestions. Don't impose a tax that is unconstitutional on us. Let us help you so that you can help us with this problem. You guys have known about this since 2016, and we're just now hearing about it a month before you guys take the dang vote. That's not right. You will have more people in poverty levels if you don't give us more information in order to help. You have a lot of people that are willing to recycle. We just need a guidance. We don't need threats that our property is going to be taken away. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Michaud. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Margaret Ponting. I'm in Kern County. I can't add anything more than what this picnic table full in your park has opened up and told you. I'm up here because I want to remind you that as you sort through the weeds and flowers in your hearts, that we are your family, we are your spouse, and that you should be taking care of us. You should be watching over us and protecting us and giving us what we need, not listening to neighbors that are chatting in your ear about, oh, you need to do this, or you need to give us that, or we need money for this. We are your spouse. We love you guys, and we want you to do the best that you can, because you're the ones that are going to be held responsible, just like the head of a house is going to be held responsible for their family. So as we come up here and we speak about all our concerns, you're the Solomon. You have to find out not to divide the sheep in half, but who really deserves that sheep, who deserves to be put on safety, on care. There's a lot of us here that can't do that, and we need you. I can't take out the trash. I don't have any money. You're going to be robbing a poor person if this goes through. There is nothing I can do. I can't pay for your trash cans. So you have to literally study and go through what all of us are begging you to do in order to help us as a family. And I want you to know that everybody here, I'm sure, you have us and we have you in our prayers. I know that there's a good lot of people here that are Christians, and they are praying for you to make the right decision. Please remember us.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, any more public comment? Come on down. Well, actually, if you've already spoken, you can't come on down, but
I have Alzheimer's, so I guess.
you're good.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Public Works staff. Thank you for having us, and thank you for listening to us. I hope that we can continue to work on this issue.
Can you provide your name for the record?
Yes, I'm sorry, Claire Hartley, Hartley.
Thank you.
And unfortunately, I live in Lake Isabella, so it looks like our population density is too high. But we do live in poverty. And this is a month's income for me. I'm paying 2 months' income for property taxes have doubled, insurance has quadrupled, now that's 3 months' income. But a lot of us, as I stood here and talked to the board about a few weeks back, squatters. We will become squatters in our own home. Still, nothing is done with the numerous people who have been there for 12 years and not paid taxes. Now in my 7th decade, how long will I live? I won't have to pay taxes. Good, I can use that money for other things. But the county will suffer because all that money that came from us who want to do the right thing and we've paid our taxes, But when we look at this and say, can I afford this? No. And the landlords, the tenants, those people will also become homeless because, sure, not paying property taxes ourselves, but when they get an eviction letter because their rent's going up $50, $60, that's a lot. That's just too much. I hope that we can work together, maybe get some students involved, a lot of good people here in this room. I've known a lot of these people for 70 years or so. My family's from there. These are my good friends. I know they live in poverty. I know we're suffering. My water bill's $1 a day. My electric's 75 cents a day. This is more than those put together. So I hope we can work together to solve this problem. I have 2 tea bags a day, 1 tea bag wrapper, and a very old cat with that much cat litter. Maybe. And a lot of us are the generation in the mindset to recycle. So a lot of people are spending time and effort and money and resources rinsing and putting them in the blue bags, and they go out to the transfer station out of Kernville.
Will you wrap up your comments,
And we
please?
are working on this. I hope we continue to work together. Thank you for having us.
Thank you so much. Next speaker, please. Okay, I think that does it on this item. Okay, seeing that there's no further public comments, I'm about to close the hearing. But before I do, is there anyone that wishes to file written protest? Since this is the last opportunity to file written protest. Okay, I think most of them, I think you have one. Do you have written protest, sir?
I didn't know at the meeting until yesterday.
You can bring written protest now if you want. Oh, he doesn't have it.
Right here for you to sign.
Yeah, we got some.
Okay. I should have.
I nailed this also.
I have one question. I know you can tell
Not right now, but we'll hold on. Okay, thank you. Okay, the public hearing is now closed. Madam Clerk, have there been any written protests filed with you during the hearing? And do you need time for further tabulation, or can we proceed at this time?
I need Public Works to respond to that since they've been in the back tabulating.
Chairman Flores, we need a little additional time to tabulate these recent ones that came in.
Will you need to recess?
Yes, a short recess
Okay.
would do.
How much time would you need approximately?
Would 15 minutes would be great.
How much?
15 minutes
15,
would be
okay.
great.
We reconvene in 15 minutes.
Thank you.
Okay, 1 second.
You know what? I think we all gotta go.
Let's see where we're at. Okay. Okay. Okay.
So now we're going to address each of the three items.
Okay.
That's where you're at.
But we're going to do them. Okay, thank you, everybody. More work to be done. We're almost there. Okay, thank you, staff. Members, I'd like to, in lieu of a roll call, I want to note for the record that Supervisor Perez had to leave the board meeting and that there's 4 of us in attendance. Okay. At this time, we'll now address each of these 3 agenda items individually and accept motions on them in the vote. So the first one up is agenda item number 8, Metropolitan Bakersfield Universe Collection Area. Mr. Chamblin, will you please summarize the written protest results for the Metropolitan Bakersfield Universal Collection Area?
Thank you, Chairman. Okay, agenda item number 8, Metropolitan Bakersfield Universal Collection Area. The resolution proposal is to add additional areas and set a new 3-cart service level, or 240 gallons per unit for all residential units. And the ordinance is a proposal to increase or impose the new rates of $368.64 per year. The parcels in this protest hearing equal 46,024 parcels. A successful protest of 50% plus 1 would equal 23,013 protests. Where's the script? Is it right here? Where are we going? All right, we have received a total of 18 protests. Where do I do this here? We have not received the minimum number of written protests to mandate that this item not pass. I now turn it back over to the board for consideration and vote.
Thank you, Mr. Chamblin. So at this point, I'll entertain a motion on staff's revised recommendation regarding Metropolitan Bakersfield Universal Collection Area.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question for staff and I suppose for you as far as procedure is concerned. There were some questions that were asked by members of the public that were here to give comment. And so at what juncture in this meeting are we going to have those questions answered for them? Are we gonna do that subsequent to the votes? We have item, 8 now?
To answer your question, Supervisor Scriver, now would be the time prior to a motion and a second and a vote.
Okay, very good. I imagine staff wrote down some of those questions. I do have a few here, if I may. One of the speakers asked if there is an ability to use self-hauling to meet the state mandate. And then there were questions about, are there any grants available from the state? I'm presuming to offset some of the costs for the county and obviously for the ratepayer. And then one of the speakers asked a question about a waiver, I believe, for elevation. They spoke about bears. This was a speaker from the Lake of the Woods area. I know that there is a waiver, I think it's 4,500 feet is the threshold, and it had to do with bears, but maybe some clarification on that. And also that speaker asked, is this just delayed? Will it go away? I think that there's still some folks that are wondering what to expect here from this 6-month delay that we've been talking about. What's the process moving forward? Where will there be opportunities for the public to give additional input, et cetera?
For clarification, what was the second question you had, Supervisor?
It was a question about, are there any grants available from the state? I know that in your presentation you spoke to the fact that this is, in our view, an unfunded mandate by the state. They say it isn't because we can pass these costs on to ratepayers. I disagree with that, obviously, and I think most of us here do. But if there were any opportunities for any grants to offset any of the costs, but I mean the costs are are buying trucks, buying bins, those kinds of things, and hiring staff, but that was a question that was posed. And then I've got one of my own after you can help answer those, and then anything that you wrote down that I may have missed.
Thank you, Supervisor Scribner.
Thank you, Supervisor Scribner, through the chair. I'll start with your first question. It was brought up numerous times that the law does not require universal collection areas, and that is true. Self-hauling is an option under the law. Staff has worked on this since 2016. We've been watching it closely, and we have done many calculations on the cost to implement, and it is staff's opinion that the franchise haulers can do this the most economical. We have done cost estimates for self-hauling models, and what's involved in a self-hauling model is it's number one, the county is not set up for the infrastructure at most of our landfills and transfer stations to accomplish the state regulation of sorting. On a self-haul model, we as the county would be responsible to enforce sorting of all customers who self-haul. We would have to report. We would have to do contamination checks on whether the sources were separated or not. And it's our conclusion that the costs to self-haul and to do that would be higher, and that cost would still have to be borne out by the residents in some fashion. We still believe it would have to be a universal collection charge. It would just be paying a different way. It would be paying for county staff to do it. So we've determined all of our cost estimates for different local areas that the franchise hauler model is the more economic model and the best price for our constituents.
And Mr. Chamberlain, by how much?
So for instance, we have the numbers over here, just bear with me. So here's two examples. We did a calculation for the boron community, and the franchise hauler costs, of course, that are being proposed are $559.80. The cost the county calculated per parcel came out $1,104 per parcel if we were to enforce this ourselves. If we were to create staff that could accomplish the same purpose that the haulers, that's the cost that we've calculated.
Thank you.
And in another instance, the Kern Valley Transfer Station, it would push the cost from $559.80 to $857.87 in the Kern River Valley to do the same job as the franchise haulers are accomplishing.
Thank you for that.
As far as grants are concerned, we are not aware of grants from the state for this because they considered it not to be an unfunded mandate. Their solution is that we impose these fees on our residents, and that makes it funded. So there are no grants. I think there is it's not a popular choice, and it's not been welcomed, but there's a property tax deferral program that people can apply for in the county. It doesn't wipe your taxes out, but it defers them until certain events happen in your life. And I know that's not the solution. I will address the elevation waiver. The elevation waiver is 4,500 feet or higher. And under that waiver, the only portion of SB 1383 that's waived is the recycling, the separation of food waste. So above 4,500 foot elevation, there's no requirement for residents to source separate their food waste. And that's to discourage the bears from going into those green cans. That's the law under 1383. Mm-hmm. And so I think the woman who came up for Fraser Park, we do have an elevation waiver for Fraser Park. So it doesn't get you out of the requirements, but that's the waiver.
Okay, and okay, do you have some of the questions you want to address before I ask mine? It's up to you how you want to take it.
I can run through some of my responses to some of the comments that I heard. One of the comments that was heard that I heard was that the diesel emissions are going to be, we're going to have a large diesel emission problem from all the extra trucks on the road. This was an issue raised time and time again throughout the review process with Cal Recycle, and their constant answer was that the answer from the state was that the reduction in methane is going to be a greater benefit than the added emissions from these diesel fuels. That was the response to almost every claim that was made from many agencies in the state. That was their claim, that the methane reduction was going to provide a better benefit to the environment than the added emissions from the diesel.
Did they back that up with any data?
It's probably
Yeah, there's a report saying that. Yes, they have provided numbers. They have provided numbers for that.
Okay, I'd like to see that. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Couch. Oh, sorry.
I did have.
Yeah, sorry.
I did have a question when he's finished, if I may, Chairman. No, he's going to answer. He's got
some. One or maybe two of the commenters brought up a postcard. I just wanted to clarify that that's not the notice that was sent for this hearing. The postcard is the notice sent for the land use fee. So that was the land use fee is not on for 218 this year. It's up for just a public hearing, and I think we've already done that this year. But that postcard was not for this. It was for the land use fee. And then one commenter kind of, I believe, stated that this isn't their primary residence, and they're not here all the time, and those trash cans would remain empty. There is a procedure by which, if you are inhabiting that structure for 3 months or less a year, you can apply for a prorated amount for the amount of time that you are there. So that is available under this program. I think that concludes the follow-up that I've written down.
Thank you, Mr. Chaplain. And I just, this is my at least my last question for now. And it does go along with one of the comments that a couple of the comments that I heard. If we move forward with the revised recommendations from staff, which is essentially to move forward with the current universal collection areas, not move forward on any of the areas that currently have no service or have voluntary service, and come back in 6 months. We have 6 months before we would be required to implement to be in full compliance. This would get us to more than half compliance, 65%, I think you said, or so. And so what occurs over the course of the next 6 months is my question. What I want to see is an opportunity for residents of communities to be able to participate in a Prop 218 vote that is localized. So you don't have folks that are voting from Lake Isabella and Boron. I'm using those as examples right now, and Mojave, et cetera, Rosamond, all together where they can vote, because I think each of those communities have very different sets of circumstances when it comes to how they've been dealing with their waste stream, the facilities that are available to them, the circumstances in their neighborhoods as far as what kind of road access they have. I spoke a little bit in my comments initially about the trails at Fraser Park. These are unpaved private dirt trails, very narrow. You throw 3 cans in each residence out in front of that, traversing that's going to be problematic. I think we had another speaker that spoke to that in another part of the county where they live. And so this would allow those folks then to, if the community was opposed to this, they would be able to talk to their neighbors. They could weigh in on this, I think, a lot more effectively than the way in which it had been done in this 218 hearing that we had. And so I'd like to ask you, what is the plan moving forward? Because that's a scenario that I would like to see. Is that practical? Can we make that happen? And what do you think you're going to be bringing back to us to consider? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Supervisor Scribner through the chair. That is an option that we can move forward with. We can certainly, what I've heard from your board is that several board members believe that these larger universal collection areas, these big 3 swaths of land, are too great to represent communities. And so in an attempt to recognize the voices, this is a process we can begin. The only pause I have is if your board chooses to go with the revised recommendation, we will have to revisit our franchise agreements based on what we had pre-stated before we implement, move forward with these new 218 hearings. And I'm not sure I don't know if there's any precedent if we were to receive a successful protest hearing and how we would move forward. We would still not be in compliance with it. If we had a successful protest hearing, we would still not be in compliance with SB 1383 from the county's side. But now we have, do we now have an unfunded mandate? Because 218 claims that we cannot impose new fees on property owners unless they voted for it. So this puts us in a position where it's a bit unknown. But we can move forward with that fairly quickly. And I think that we can, it's possible that we can accomplish 218s prior to January 1st. There's a possibility, but it's not a guarantee. I believe we could accomplish 218s over the next fiscal year for sure. But getting it out and done and voted on by the end of this calendar year, it will be challenging.
Okay, thank you, Supervisor Scribner. Supervisor Couch.
Right now, this item you're talking about is item 8. It's only the metro area, correct?
Supervisor Couch through the chair. I believe that Supervisor Scribner's question was a bit more broad.
It was, but I was going to make a motion or ask if others had comments, but the 3 things I wanted to talk about had just to do with the metro area, because I think that's all you're asking from us at this point in the meeting.
Yeah, we're in the item. We've just announced.
Public hearings are all closed. We're back to item 8 to move.
We're item 8,
Correct.
and we
And
voted.
first one on deck is Metropolitan.
Okay, so the 3 things I want to make sure I understand is the increase for the metro area takes effect July 1. The fee recommendation isn't changed. It's what you recommended, right?
Correct on both those.
Okay, but the pink or coral areas, whatever you called them, in the metro area have been removed.
Correct.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay.
Go ahead. That's all I wanted to make sure of. Okay.
Thank you, Supervisor Couch. Supervisor Peters.
Thank you, Chairman. Just one thing that I wanted to see if I could get some clarification on for the public. We spoke about it briefly last week, but just to try and provide some clarification, and this is something I hope we can look at as we move forward on these plans, but as to how it got in this plan, why was this set up to go on property taxes?
So the County of Kern has an ordinance that says all universal collection shall be collected through property taxes. The fact that this is a state mandate requirement from the state that helped, that put us in that direction to go universal collection. For instance, if it was on voluntary, there's no way to control whether people pay for the service or discontinue the service. It's very hard to control that way, and we can't satisfy the record keeping unless the revenue is secured. And so due to ordinance from the county and due to the requirement from the state, this is the reasoning it was put on the property tax.
Understood. I appreciate that. I just wanted some clarification for the public, and maybe we can talk about that some more as we go forward, but I just wanted to make sure that information got out there. And then that's all my questions for right now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Supervisor Peters. Okay, so that brings us, we're under item number 8, Metropolitan Bakersfield Universal Collection Area with the revised staff recommendations as articulated by Supervisor Couch and Mr. Chamblin. So do we have any motions for this one?
So moved.
Okay. We have a motion?
I'll second it.
Motion and second. Okay, members, cast your vote.
The motion is approved, 4 ayes, 1 absent. Supervisor Perez.
Thank you. Okay, that brings us to agenda item number 9. This is for the Western Kern Universal Collection Area. Mr. Chamblin, will you please summarize the written protest results for the Western Kern UCA?
Thank you, Chairman. Agenda item number 9, Western Kern Universal Collection Area. This consists of Delano, McFarland, Lost Hills, Buttonwillow, Shafter, Wasco, and Taft. The resolution proposal is to combine the existing UCAs, add additional areas, and set a new 3-cart service level or 240 gallons per unit for all residential units. The ordinance, the proposal is to increase or impose the new rates of $528.96 per year. Parcels in this protest hearing total 5,023. A successful protest of 50% plus 1 would equal 2,513. We have received a total of 18 protests. Mr. Chairman, we have not received the minimum number of written protests to mandate that this item not pass. I now turn it back over to the board for consideration and vote.
Thank you. Any member comments or questions for staff? Supervisor Couch.
Can you show us the map of the west side? But it also includes
Supervisor Couch through the chair. This is split up into 3 maps, so we can show you all 3 here if you need to.
that map's good enough.
Yeah, it might be easier to point out the specific areas for you.
So under your amended recommendation, all the coral or pink areas are removed from mandatory collection. The fee for the first year is half of what the recommended fee was, because you're only going to, if you live in the area that's receiving the service, you're only going to get the expanded service or the new service for half of the year?
Supervisor Couch through the chair. It's not half, because there's already mandatory collection on the first half of the year. And so it's half. They're not
half of the increase.
Right. There's no increase for the first 6 months to comply with SB 1383.
Half of that increase is spread over the entire year's property tax bill.
Correct. The property taxes will still be assessed on July 1st.
Because the service is not implemented until January 1.
Correct.
Okay. Was there any other specific changes that should be notated in a motion?
No, that's the extent of the changes.
Okay. Thank you for your, by the way, I have a thank you for your help. I know, or for your work, I know that this is a very difficult position for you, and it's a hard job you have, but it's your job. And I appreciate the work that you've done on it. There are a lot of people, some people asked, why do you want to delay this for 6 months? Because there's a lot of people in the 4th District that don't have a lot of money. And that's true all over Kern County. But the goal was to minimize the cost of this state unfunded mandate and defer it as long as possible. So I think you've done that, and I appreciate it. Thank you. So my motion is to approve your amended recommendation as you outlined.
Second.
Okay, motion and second. Cast your vote.
The motion is approved, 4 ayes, 1 absent. Supervisor Perez.
Thank you. Okay, this brings us to item 10, Eastern Kern Universal Collection Area. Mr. Champlin, will you please summarize the written protest results for the Eastern Kern area?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Agenda item number 10, Eastern Kern Universal Collection Area. This area includes Frazier Park, Kern Valley, Boron, Mojave, Ridgecrest, Rosamond, and Tehachapi. The resolution is, the proposal is to add additional areas and set a new 3-cart service level, or 240 gallons per unit for all residential units. The ordinance proposal is to increase or impose the new rates, $559.80 per year. Parcels in this protest hearing total 19,512, and a successful protest of 50% plus 1 vote would equal 9,757. We have received a total of 2,039 protests. Mr. Chairman, we have not received the minimum number of written protests to mandate that this item not pass. I now turn it back over to the board for consideration and vote.
Okay, thank you. Any members or comments from the board before we go to a motion? Supervisor Peters.
Thank you, Chairman. I just wanted to echo Supervisor Couch's words and thank you guys for what you do. I know, again, this is a difficult position, but I also wanted to thank everybody that came down and spoke today about this, or that's reached out to my office, or that we've talked about it at different times and places over the last month or so. The fact that you have all been so engaged and willing to learn about this and get involved in the process really is helpful, and we really appreciate all your guys' involvement in this, and we're going to keep working and try and make this the best possible situation we can for Eastern Kern.
Thank you.
And with that, I'll make a motion.
Thank you. Okay, have a motion.
Second.
Motion and second. Members cast your vote.
Are you looking for clarification?
Well, I was just looking for what the motion is on.
I apologize. On your revised recommendations.
Because what I gave you was the original motion.
Okay, on your revised recommendations.
Yeah, on the revised. Do you want me to go over the revised for you at all?
Yeah, if you'd like to repeat those,
Okay.
I'd appreciate it.
I just want to make sure that we're clear before we move on.
Yes, sir.
The only revision to the resolution is that we were going to delay the implementation date until January 1st, 2024. That's the resolution. And then the ordinance would change. I'm sorry, that's not the only change. We're not expanding. That's the big one here. Sorry, everybody. We are not expanding into any of those new areas. It will only be for existing universal collection, and we will begin implementation of the service on January 1st, 2024. And in the ordinance, the fee schedule for Exhibit A would reflect that lower fee.
Great, thank you. And just to clarify, my motion is as stated by staff. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Peters. So I think we have a motion and a second. So members,
I will second the clarified motion. Thank you.
Okay, members cast your vote.
Motion is approved, 4 ayes, 1 absent. Supervisor Perez.
Okay, thank you. Okay, new group. Second group. This is all Prop 218 items that are not on the tax roll. We're going to be hearing items 11 through 19. We'll continue with the second group, which includes all Prop 218 agenda items that are not included on tax roll. We'll be combining items, again, as stated. They are functionally equivalent for process, so they will be heard concurrently as one hearing, but still treated separately for voting purposes. This is the time and the place for the public hearing to consider the rate increases and proposed ordinances establishing the schedule of solid waste collection for fiscal year 23-2024. These items are for the following areas: Commercial Zone 1, Commercial Zone 2, Commercial Zone 3, areas 3, 19, 38, and 43, Commercial Zone 3, franchise areas 5 and 10, Residential non-tax roll build zone 1, residential non-tax roll build zone 2, residential non-tax roll build zone 3, franchise area 3, 19, 38, and 43, and residential non-tax roll build zone 3, franchise area 5, residential non-tax roll build zone 3, franchise area 10. Mr. Champlin, can you please show your presentation concerning these areas?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Agenda item number 11, Commercial Zone 1. The haulers in this area are American Refuse, Inc., South Tulare Rich Grove Refuse, and Westside Waste Management, Inc. The CPI fuel factor increase is 9.1%. SB 1383 fee and previous recycling surcharges included. The rate is set by bin size. Agenda item number 12, Commercial Zone 2. Haulers are Valley Garbage Service, Superior Sanitation, Varner and Son, Howard's Garbage Service, Varner Brothers, Price Disposal, Lamont Sanitation. The CPI fuel factor increase is 9.1%. SB 1383 fee and previous recycling surcharges included. The rate is set by bin size. Agenda item number 13, Commercial Zone 3, Franchise Areas 3, 19, 38, and 43. The hauler is Waste Management. CPI fuel factor is 9.1%. SB 1383 fee and previous recycling surcharge included. Rate is set by bin size. Agenda item number 14, Commercial Zone 3, Franchise Areas 5 and 10. The haulers are Mountainside Disposal and Thomas Refuse. The CPI fuel factor is 9.1%. SB 1383 fee and previous recycling surcharge included. Rate is set by bin size. Agenda item number 15, Residential Non-Tax Roll Build Zone 1. The haulers are American Refuse, Inc., South Tulare Rich Grove Refuse, and Westside Waste Management, Inc. This is a voluntary service, and the CPI fuel factor is 9.1%. Residential service for American Refuge, Inc. will increase from $25.38 to $27.82 per month. Residential service for South Tulare Rich Grove Refuse will increase from $26.15 to $27.82 per month. And the residential service for Waste Management, Inc. will increase from $25.54 to $27.82 per month. Agenda item number 16, Residential Non-Tax Roll Build Zone 2. The haulers in this area are Valley Garbage Service, Superior Sanitation, Varner and Son, Howard's Garbage Service, Varner Brothers, Price Disposal, and Lamont Sanitation. This is a voluntary service. CPI fuel factor is 9.1%. The monthly fee increase for single residence or mobile home will increase from $22.68 to $26.09. Multi-residences or mobile homes will increase from $20.09 to $23.27. Apartments 2 to 4 units will increase from $20.09 to $23.27. Condominiums will increase from $18.25 to $19.82, and mobile home park from $18.25 to $19.82. Agenda item number 17, Residential Non-Tax Roll Build Zone 3, Franchise Areas 3, 19, 38, and 43. The hauler is Waste Management. This is a voluntary service. The CPI fuel factor is 9.1%. Residential service will increase from $24.51 to $26.63 per month. Agenda item number 18, Residential Non-Tax Roll Build Zone 3, Franchise Area 5. Hauler is Thomas Refuse, Inc. This is a voluntary service. CPI fuel factor is 9.1%, and the residential service will increase from $27.11 to $29.48 per month. And agenda item number 19, Residential Non-Tax Roll Build Zone 3, Franchise Area 10. The hauler is Mountainside Disposal, Inc. Voluntary service. CPI fuel factor is 9.1%, and residential service will increase from $25.38 to $27.60 per month. And I now turn it over to the chair for public comment and public hearing.
Thank you, Mr. Chamberlain. Before I open the public hearing, is there any questions or comments from the board for staff? Okay, seeing none. Now's the time for the public hearing and comment. If there are any property owners who wish to file a written protest regarding the increased rates for any of these non-tax roll agenda items, they should come forward and file those with the clerk of the board at this time. Any written protests? Okay, seeing none. Prop 218 provides that protests received after the close of the hearing will not be considered. Madam Clerk, have there been any written protests filed with you prior to this time?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we've received, for item number 11, Commercial Zone 1, we received 3 verified protests. For item 13, Commercial Zone 3, areas 3, 19, 38, and 43, we received 1 protest, but it was not verified, so no protests. Item 14, Commercial Zone 3, areas 5 and 10, we received 6 verified protests. For item 17, which is the residential non-tax roll build, Zone 3, areas 3, 19, 38, 43, we received 3 verified protests, and that concludes the protests received.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So thank you. I'll open the hearing and receive verbal comments from any interested persons regarding these areas. Now's the time for public comment. Okay, seeing none, there's no further public comment. I'm about to close the public hearing, but before I do, if there's anyone wishing to file a written protest, please do so now. This is the last opportunity. I don't want to be redundant, but I have to read that. Okay, the public hearing is now closed. We'll now vote on each agenda item individually. Last chance for any staff comments or board comments before we go to a vote. Okay, seeing none. Agenda item number 11, Commercial Zone 1. Mr. Champlin, will you please summarize the written protest results for the Commercial Zone 1 properties?
The proposal is to increase rates as set by bin size. Parcels in this protest hearing equal 8,947. A successful protest of 50% plus 1 equals 4,475. Protests. We have received a total of 3 protests. Mr. Chairman, we have not received the minimum number of written protests to mandate that this item not pass. I now turn it back over to the board for consideration and vote.
Okay, thank you. At this time, I'll entertain a motion for staff's recommendation.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and second. Members, cast your vote.
The motion is approved, 4 ayes, 1 absent. Supervisor Perez.
Thank you. Brings us to agenda item number 12, Commercial Zone 2. Mr. Champlin, will you please summarize the written protest results for Commercial Zone 2 properties?
Agenda item number 12, Commercial Zone 2. Proposal is to increase rates as set by bin size. Parcels in this protest area equal 5,733. A successful protest of 50% plus 1 equals 2,868 protests. We have received a total of 0 protests. Mr. Chairman, we have not received the minimum number of written protests to mandate that this item not pass. I now turn it back over to the board for consideration and vote.
Thank you, Mr. Champlin. At this time, we'll entertain a motion.
Motion on staff's recommendation.
Second.
Okay, motion and second. Please cast your vote.
Motion is approved, 4 ayes, 1 absent. Supervisor Perez.
Thank you. Brings us to agenda item number 13, Commercial Zone 3, franchise areas 3, 19, 38, and 43. Mr. Champlin, will you please summarize the written protest results for Commercial Zone 3, franchise area 3, 19, 38, and 43?
The proposal is to increase rates as set by bin size. Parcels in this protest hearing equal 10,772. A successful protest of 50% plus 1 equals 5,387. We have received a total of 0 protests. Mr. Chairman, we have not received the minimum number of written protests to mandate that this item not pass. I now turn it back over to the board for consideration and vote.
Thank you, Mr. Champlin. Okay, at this time, we'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Motion and second. Please cast your vote.
Motion is approved, 4 ayes, 1 absent. Supervisor Perez.
Thank you. Brings us to agenda item number 14, Commercial Zone 3, franchise areas 5 and 10. Mr. Champlin, will you please summarize the written protest results for Commercial Zone 3, franchise areas 5 and 10?
This is an ordinance. The proposal is to increase rates as set by bin size. Parcels in this protest area total 2,180. A successful protest of 50% plus 1 equals 1,091 protests. We have received a total of 6 protests. Mr. Chairman, we have not received the minimum number of written protests to mandate that this item not pass. I now turn it back over to the board for consideration and vote.
Thank you. Okay, is there a motion on staff's recommendation?
Motion on staff's recommendation.
Second.
Okay, motion and second. Please cast your vote.
Motion is approved, 4 ayes, 1 absent. Supervisor Perez.
Thank you. Brings us to agenda item number 15, residential non-tax roll build zone 1. Mr. Champlin, will you please summarize the written protest results for residential non-tax roll build zone 1 properties?
This is an ordinance. The proposal is to increase rates to $27.82 per month. Parcels in this protest hearing equals 730. A successful protest of 50% plus 1 equals 366 protests. We have received a total of 0 protests. Mr. Chairman, we have not received the minimum number of written protests to mandate that this item not pass. I now turn it back over to the board for consideration and vote.
Thank you. Is there a motion on staff's recommendation?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, motion and second. Please cast your vote.
The motion is approved, 4 ayes, 1 absent. Supervisor Perez.
Thank you. Brings us to agenda item number 16, residential non-tax roll build zone 2. Mr. Champlin, will you please summarize the written protest results for residential non-tax roll build zone 2 properties?
This is by ordinance. The proposal is to increase rates from 1982, no greater than 2609 per month, dependent on type of residential unit. Parcels in this protest hearing equal 306. Successful protest of 50% plus 1 equals 154. We have received a total of 0 protests. Mr. Chairman, we have not received the minimum number of written protests to mandate that this item not pass. I now turn it back over to the board for consideration and vote.
Thank you. Is there a motion on staff's recommendation?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, motion and second. Please cast your votes. Oh.
Thank you. The motion is approved, 4 ayes, 1 absent. Supervisor Perez.
Thank you. This brings us to agenda item number 17, residential non-tax roll build zone 3, franchise areas 3, 19, 38, and 43. Mr. Champlin, will you please summarize the written protest results for the residential non-tax roll build zone 3, franchise areas 3, 19, 38, and 43?
This is an ordinance. The proposal is to increase rates to $26.63 per month. Parcels in this protest hearing total 3,983. Successful protest of 50% plus 1 equals 1,993. We have received a total of 3 protests. Mr. Chairman, we have not received the minimum number of written protests to mandate that this item not pass. I now turn it back over to the board for consideration and vote.
Thank you. Is there a motion on staff's recommendation?
Motion.
Second.
Okay, motion second. Please cast your vote.
The motion is approved, 4 ayes, 1 absent. Supervisor Perez.
Thank you. We're now on agenda item number 18, residential non-tax roll build zone 3, franchise area 5. Mr. Champlin, will you please summarize the written protest results for residential non-tax roll build zone 3, franchise area 5 properties?
This is an ordinance. The proposal is to increase rates to $29.48 per month. Parcels in this protest hearing total 177. Successful protest of 50% plus 1 vote equals 90. We have received a total of 0 protests. Mr. Chairman, we have not received the minimum number of written protests to mandate that this item not pass. I now turn it back over to the board for consideration and vote.
Thank you. Is there a motion on staff's recommendation?
Motion.
Second.
Okay, motion second. Please cast your vote.
The motion is approved, 4 ayes, 1 absent. Supervisor Perez.
Okay, thank you. This brings us to agenda item number 19, residential non-tax roll build zone 3, franchise area 10. Mr. Champlin, will you please summarize the written protest results for the residential non-tax roll build zone 3, franchise area 10 properties?
This is an ordinance. The proposal is to increase rates to $27.60 per month. Parcels in this protest hearing total 316. Successful protest of 50% plus 1 vote equals 159. We have received a total of 0 protests. Mr. Chairman, we have not received the minimum number of written protests to mandate that this item not pass. I now turn it back over to the board for consideration and vote.
Thank you. Is there a motion on staff's recommendation?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion second. Please cast your vote.
The motion is approved, 4 ayes, 1 absent. Supervisor Perez.
Okay, now we have concluded voting on the second group, and now we'll proceed to the next group. This is the third group. The rates for the 3 items in this group are remaining unchanged from the prior year and are therefore being handled as a group. These are items number 20 and 22. The rates for this group are remaining unchanged, and therefore these items do not require a Prop 218 process or hearing. Accordingly, these items will be heard as one hearing, but still treated separately for voting purposes. This is the time and place for public comment on to consider any proposed following items: solid waste administration fee, hauler admin fee, Keene alternate universal collection area, and the Randsburg alternate universal collection area. Mr. Champlin, can you please show your presentation concerning these items?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Agenda item number 20, solid waste administration fee, also known as the hauler admin fee. This compensates for the cost of managing franchise hauler contracts on the property tax roll for residential properties and universal collection areas, and is direct billed by the hauler for residential and commercial properties not on the tax roll. The rate remains the same at $1 per residential or commercial unit per month. Agenda item number 21 is the Keene alternate universal collection area. Residents self-haul to the Keene transfer station. The proposed expanded Eastern Kern UCA overlaps, and the Keene alternate UCA now requires an amendment contraction. I'd like to amend that. Since your board did not vote to expand the Eastern Kern universal collection area, we would like to withdraw the resolution from today's hearing and just go with the ordinance only on this item. The monthly fee remains $0 per month in this area. And agenda item number 22 is the Randsburg alternate universal collection area. Residents self-haul to the Randsburg transfer station. The rate remains unchanged at $0.
Okay, thank you. Now I'll open the public hearing and receive public comments from any interested persons from this area. I think we have one. Please come forward. That's okay.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, my name is Rick Benson, and I live in the northwest part of Bakersfield in the unincorporated area. And I'm here to address item number 20, which is the administration fee. Just as a bit of background, I have 29 years experience in local government, worked 16 years in Kern County. That included 3 years as the business manager of the waste management department, where I was responsible for administering the franchise agreements. Also worked 6 years in the CAO's office. This item, the underlying ordinance that your board is working under, requires that in order for your board to determine if this fee is reasonable, the department is supposed to give you a report that includes the actual expenses for the past year. If you take a look at the materials you've been given, that report, those numbers are not there. You do not have the actual expenses for last year in order to help you justify putting this fee on. Therefore, since Ordinance 53655D does require that information, I would suggest that the report is deficient and that your board not move forward with that ordinance today. In addition, since there is no way for you to determine if the costs are justified, I ask that you not move forward with that. But in addition, also I'd like you to take a good close look at the numbers and what they are asking for. It's $1 million that the department is looking for the administration of the franchise hauler agreements. That really, to me, does not pass the smell test. They have almost $1 million that they're trying to recover for staff time and labor for administering these reports. That would be, if you had employees that make $200,000 a year, that would be full-time 5 employees for a full year to administer the franchise hauler agreements. That seems to be an extremely high amount. So I would recommend that your board not adopt the proposed ordinance that's before you today because you don't have the proper report as required by your ordinance code. You return it to the department with instructions to compile a report which does conform to the underlying ordinance. I also suggest that you require a much greater detail of the actuals. Again, all you have is labor, services, and supplies. You don't know where those numbers came from. And again, those numbers seem very, very high for administration of the franchise agreements. As I said, I used to do that. So I'd also recommend that you ask the department to give you much more detail so that you and the public can fully understand where these numbers come from and where the money is going. Thank you for your consideration.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask a question?
Yeah, sure.
How many years ago did you, or when did you retire?
I worked for Kern County. I worked in the Waste Department from 1997 to 2000 as the business manager, and then I worked in the CAO's office from 2000 to 2006. I then moved on and became CAO of Mariposa County.
Okay. Given what you know and how the law has changed and new responsibilities, what's your best estimate on what it should cost?
Oh, I wouldn't be able to make an estimate. I just think $1 million in labor to manage, to administer those contracts seems extremely high. But I didn't really.
But if I started asking you numbers, you'd have to have an opinion about $500,000 as well, right? Or
$500,000 probably, if that labor cost, and again, it isn't broken down that way, if that labor cost includes the charges from county council. I don't know if that's in the services to supply or if they just included that.
I get we don't have the report. I'm just, since you were there and you did that, I'm curious if you had in your mind, it takes 3 people, it takes half the attorney's time, it takes.
The administration really was, I had an accountant within the department who would go out and audit the various haulers. And then the negotiation of the contract, really a lot of that was county council as well as our department, but that was usually no more than 5 or 6 meetings with the haulers each.
Okay.
To put together. So you've got a couple dozen meetings.
That may have changed.
Yeah, I understand. I understand. But a couple dozen meetings, as well as having an accountant go out and review the haulers and to make sure that they were charging the public properly and that the department was getting what they were supposed to get from the haulers.
Appreciate your help.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next speaker, please, if any. Okay. Okay, at this time, I will close the public hearing. Do members of the board have any comments or questions for staff before we go to a vote? Supervisor Peters, sorry.
Thank you, Chairman. I'd just like to ask if staff would like to respond to that.
So there is a spreadsheet with that report data on file with the clerk of the board. That's the response to it. And if we had to justify it moving forward, it sounds like this year we're going to have a lot of negotiations with the franchise haulers in my future. So, to try to get 1383 compliant.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Supervisor Peters. Yeah, sure. Supervisor Couch.
So in your opinion, the spreadsheet or whatever you called it that's on file adequately addresses what the ordinance requires?
Yes, it shows all of the expenses and the justification for the fee.
Okay, thank you. So this time we're moving toward a vote on agenda item number 20, the solid waste administration fee, hauler admin fee. Mr. Champlin, will you please present your summary for the solid waste admin fee?
Thank you, Chairman. Agenda item number 20, solid waste administration fee. It's an ordinance. The proposal is no change in rate, staying consistent at $1 per month, and a protest hearing is not required. No change in rate.
Thank you. Is there a motion on staff's recommendation?
Sorry, Chairman, I'm trying to pull it up right now.
Sure.
In the backup material.
Take as much time as needed. That's fine.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman, The assistant clerk of the board just forwarded me the report. The report is on file in my office. It was not, in the staff report, that's what it states, that it's on file with the clerk of the
Okay,
board.
so the report mentioned is publicly available.
It's publicly available. If you'd like, I can go into my email and forward it to you if you would like a copy of it.
Sure.
Electronically.
Well, I don't need it now, but if I need it, I'll come get you.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, though, for making that available.
Mr. Chairman,
Sure. Supervisor Couch.
given the fact that there's been a recent action against us on the land, I think what's called the land use fee. I don't know, the hair on the back of my neck is kind of standing up that I don't understand why. That's a pretty detailed allegation or question that was posed to us by a former employee. Makes me wonder if maybe an attorney hasn't retained someone to come in and put something on the record before we take action on something. And I just want to make sure that you think we have adequately satisfied the ordinance by having something on file that's available to view in the clerk's office.
Supervisor Couch, through the chair, I'm going to have Deputy Hall answer that. I believe he's given this some thought, or more thought.
Supervisor, through the chair, first I'd notice there's no change in this item, and as such, we could even do it as a resolution typically, but our ordinance code calls us to do these out as an ordinance. Any ordinance code that you have, any specific requirements in the ordinance, because you have the power to create the ordinance, there's no real downside to you missing something in an ordinance. The power to create is the power to destroy. So there's nothing there also. Generally, what that ordinance is trying to get to is part of the Mitigation Fee Act, which is for you to justify your fees, be able to justify those fees. We do that, and we look at those quite constantly. So I'm personally sufficient. I think you're sufficient right now with what you have. I don't see any real issue other than somebody not reading the report and spending the time to get the report that was publicly available.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we have a motion on staff's recommendation.
Motion on staff's recommendation.
Okay.
Second.
Motion second. Please cast your vote.
The motion is approved, 4 ayes, 1 absent. Supervisor Perez.
Thank you. This brings us to agenda item number 21, Keene Alternate Universal Collection Area. Mr. Champlin, will you please present your summary for the Keene Alternate Universal Collection Area?
Public Works would request that the resolution be withdrawn for this item.
Okay.
And so as it stands, the ordinance would be a proposal is to set the rate at $0 per year. Protest hearing is not required, no change in rate.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. That item's been withdrawn. Brings us to item number 22, Randsburg.
We have to still vote.
Oh, we have to vote? Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, so what has been withdrawn?
The resolution has been
Okay.
withdrawn, so it's the
Okay.
ordinance only.
Thank you. So is there a motion on staff's recommendation for the ordinance only?
I will move that, Chairman.
Thank you. Have a motion.
Second.
Okay, motion second. Please cast your vote.
The motion is approved, 4 ayes, 1 absent. Supervisor Perez.
Thank you. Good catch. Okay, agenda item number 22, Randsburg Alternate Universal Collection Area. Mr. Champlin, will you please present your summary for the Randsburg Alternate Universal Collection Area?
This is an ordinance. The proposal is to set the rate at $0 per year. Protest hearing not required, no change in rate.
Thank you. And is there a motion on staff's recommendation?
So moved.
Yeah, okay.
Second.
Okay, motion second. Please cast your votes.
The motion is approved. 4 ayes, 1 absent. Supervisor Perez.
Thank you. So we have now concluded voting on the third group, and this completes the public hearings for all the solid waste agenda items. Thank you for everyone's time. Okay, having no more items to consider, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn to Tuesday, June 13th at 9 a.m. Thank you. We're adjourned.